Connie there. Great. Hi, Connie. Well, we can get her started. All right. Ooh,
I'm here.
yep, got it. Well, we're going to do a roll call. I'm going to take you all down memory lane. So this is kind of fun. I mean, it turns out, given the weather outside my window, I don't think it was like necessary, but it is kind of a fun little blast from the past because I get to read all this verbiage that I haven't gotten to read in months and months. So
if we
that-
hadn't done it, it would have been a downpour with 100-mile-an-hour winds.
Correct.
that absolutely, yes, 100%. That's the way it works here on Nantucket. Okay, folks, I'm going to get it started. So here are our guidelines for these Zoom meetings. We're using welcome everyone to this meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. It's Tuesday, March 14th at 4:03. We'll call it 4:03. So here are instructions for our remote meetings. We're using the Zoom webinar format for this meeting, which allows for the public to participate in the meeting as an attendee. Attendees must register to participate. The registration link is unique to the meeting, and the registration link can be found in the description of the Nantucket Government TV YouTube live feed for the meeting. People registering to be an attendee must use their names, otherwise they won't be allowed in. Attendees will join in listening mode, and then they can click the hand raise button if they wish to speak, and the chair will call on those who have raised their hands in the order they're raised. All questions should, of course, be directed through the chair. Okay. As a preliminary matter, this is Ray Pohl, chairman of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. Permit me to confirm that all the members and persons anticipated on the agenda are present, can hear me, and have tested negative on the drug test. Okay, I'm just kidding about that last part, everyone. You know that. Members, when I call your names, please respond in the affirmative. So far I have Abby Camp.
Aye,
Very
here.
good. Diane Coombs.
Here.
Fantastic. Val Oliver.
Here.
Very good. Stephen Welch.
Yeah.
Connie Patton.
Here.
Hello, Connie. Thank you. And anyone else that I missed? That is in terms of the board members. Okay.
Mary is having a hard time getting on.
All right. Well, when she arrives, we'll let everybody know. So that is our board as of the moment. Staff, when I call your names, please respond also in the affirmative. So I have Holly Backus.
Present.
And Esmeralda Martinez.
Present.
Anyone else that should be noted? I think Billy's going to speak it, or maybe not. I don't know. No. Okay. I'm getting a nod. No. So, and then other speakers on the agenda will just be announced as the applications are reviewed. Good afternoon. This open meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission is being conducted remotely pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021, believe it or not. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will not feature public comment as previously noted. For this meeting, the HDC is convening by video conference on the Zoom webinar format as posted on the town's website, identifying how the public may join. Please note the meeting is being recorded and that attendees are participating by video conference. Accordingly, please be aware that other people may be able to see you and hear you, and take care not to share any of your personal information with the group. Anything that you broadcast may be captured by the recording. All supporting materials that have been provided to members of this body are available on our website, the town's website, that is, unless noted otherwise. The public is encouraged to follow along using the agenda unless the chair notes otherwise. So before we get to the first item on the agenda, some ground rules. The chair will introduce each speaker on the agenda. After they conclude their remarks, the chair will go down the line of members, inviting each to provide comment, questions, or motions. Please hold until your name is called. Also, please mute when you're not speaking, and remember to speak clearly in a way that helps us to get good and accurate meeting minutes. For any response, please wait until the chair yields the floor and give your name. If members wish to engage in conversation with other members, please do so through the chair. After members have spoken, the chair will afford public comment to those members of the public who have joined us via Zoom. Members of the public who wish to speak must state their names, of course, and be acknowledged by and speak through the chair. Finally, each vote taken today will be done via roll call. With that, may I have a motion from one
So
of you
moved.
kindly people? Thank you very much. That was a motion to approve today's agenda by none other than Diane Coombs. On her agenda, Abby Camp.
Aye.
Very good. Val Oliver,
Aye.
Stephen Welch,
Aye.
Diane on your motion,
Aye.
and I too am in favor of that motion. So that means that we can move on to, bear with me just a second, get through my notes. First item, public comment. Is there any public comment?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I would like to just do a recap of the announcement that I sent out yesterday
Please
that
do.
Nantucket has been elected or selected for another survey and planning grant. So I just wanted to mention that for the benefit of the public, and very excited to move on with another set of surveying. So thank you.
That's fantastic. And so how much of that money, what percentage goes towards like the celebratory party?
Well, I can, for a figure perspective, I can tell you that when we applied for $20,000, it's a 50% matching grant. So the town's putting into it for a total of a $40,000 project.
Wow.
We get about 140 HDC surveys, Form Bs or Form As. So this is really good for the local and National Historic District.
Fantastic.
Wonderful.
Well, thank you again, Holly, for all that.
Thank
On
you.
that note, could I ask Holly a question about
Of course.
significant buildings? Like, is part of the survey going to be to label houses that have individually significant? That would help us a lot when we come across historic houses.
So the individually significant section of the methodology is not included. I can follow up further, but that is something that this commission would want to do a little bit further, because again, those surveys are helping for the historic district, but that's not part of their purview.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe that's a topic for another day.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we really can't deliberate, but thank you for bringing that up, Abby.
Maybe we could put that on the agenda for discussion or something.
Sure, and maybe in advance, we'll put it on the agenda, and obviously, Holly, we kind of need to know the mechanics of it. You know, what we should be, how we would go about it. Okay. She's giving me the thumbs up. All right. Thank you. Any other? Yes.
Sorry, Hillary Rayport also has her
Oh,
hand
Hillary,
raised.
yes, go. Keeping in mind that there's no deliberation right now, but go ahead.
Yeah, hi, good evening, everybody. Thank you very much. I had one public comment, but now I'll make two public comments. So on the topic of, first of all, congratulations, Holly, on the grant. That's wonderful news. First I've heard of it. That's terrific. And on the topic of parsing that information about significance, that's something that is typically done by a historical commission, being the arbiters of what is genuine and historic, with the HTC then being the arbiters of what is appropriate to the historic context.
Perfect.
Yeah, so something for maybe the joint meeting I know you all are planning. And as far as the celebration party, third Friday of the month is the Nantucket Historical Commission. It's always a party at 10 a.m., third Friday of the month.
Thank you, Hillary.
Okay, so what I wanted to mention was, I know the select board is going to be talking about some topics that are very important to you tomorrow night. And I wrote a letter to the editor that's going to be in the paper on Thursday. I don't really know what the select board is going to decide, of course, but the topic of my letter to the editor was about this opinion that the HDC can't appoint advisory boards. And there hasn't been any public discussion. It really, I'm not sure why, but I just wanted to make sure that the HDC had understood the depth of legal research that was provided that showed that the other specially created HDC, which is Beacon Hill, also created by special act of the legislature, just like Nantucket, actually had challenges to its independence from the town and to decisions that it made as far as rules and regulations. And those challenges, that was the Beacon Hill Architectural Commission versus Boston Globe newspapers. It went all the way to the Supreme Judicial Court. And the Supreme Court found that even though the Beacon Hill Historic District Commission is appointed by the mayor, whereas you all are elected, they are appointed. The court still found independence, significant, considerable independence, which the judge said was, quote, similar to an agency of the state, unquote. And that was by nature of its special act. And I know that you all in your organization group have deliberated about how sometimes a judge in an appeal won't understand, because Nantucket is so unique relative to the other historic districts, that you're not under 40C and that you're not part of the town in that way, and that you might, be under evaluated as a result of that. And I think this is a case where the legal precedent, the cases that are precedented through the Supreme Court showing independence and specifically showing the ability to have advisory groups should be really weighed carefully by the Historic District Commission, because I am somebody who feels that my property and a place I love is protected by this commission. And I don't like the idea that your independence and your authority might be eroded. Now, I know it was town council, but I also know we have to think about legal precedent analysis, context, and what's right. And I just wanted to make sure that that was being given full consideration and was understood by everybody on the commission. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, Hillary. Keeping in mind all board members, because I noticed that Holly had her hand up. Board members are not allowed to deliberate on this subject under public comment. Holly, as a as part of the staff, did you have your hand up? I don't notice it anymore.
Mr. Chair, I did. I just wanted to mention that this is for discussion tomorrow night, and I think that's where you all should save this for.
Okay,
So
that's a good idea.
My point. Thank you.
That's a great idea. Thank you. And Hillary, thank you for your comments. Okay, let's see. Are there any more public comments? Hearing none and seeing no raised yellow hands, I'm going to see if there are any commissioner comments at this time. Okay,
Mr. Chair,
that would be Stephen, right?
yes.
Yes.
I just wanted to check, I'd like to check in with you maybe tomorrow morning to see if it's possible for you to attend with me the select board session pertaining to HDC tomorrow
Yeah.
evening.
I'll check in with you, but basically, I do plan to attend.
Great.
I had a strong suspicion that you were planning on attending.
Yes.
I think that, not that this is an impossibility, but it adds a level of complexity if we have a quorum going. So perhaps what we should do to avoid deliberation on this subject right now would be, if there is anyone, any board member, in addition to Stephen and myself, that's planning or would like to attend and speak at tomorrow's select board meeting, we should talk about that tomorrow morning at the latest through Esme. Okay. In other words, if you really want to come, let Esme know and then we can figure out quorum issues. Okay?
Mr. Chair, oh, there's my hand. Sorry. Couldn't find my
All right.
hand.
Be
Does
be
that show?
careful. Okay, be careful about the deliberation thing right now,
But
but
no, it's just a technicality.
yeah,
but
okay, go ahead.
If I just wanted to, I have a cold, so
Yeah.
so if I just wanted to zoom in but not speak, is that count as,
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. And I think that the answer is
Mr. Chair.
even shaking his head, no.
I don't, I actually, can I comment? Because I was going to continue my comment.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No,
Yeah.
that's fine, because I think it'll help. The idea was that, in asking you to attend is if things go a little bit astray, 1 against 5 isn't too bad of an odds for me, but it'd be good to have some support. But overall, I think the more important thing is if other people want to attend, they could watch YouTube without jeopardizing the open meeting law, because the idea is that it would need to be posted 48 hours in advance, and we're not
Oh.
going to make that.
Not going to make that. At this point, that's an impossibility. So Abby, I think that you can participate in quotes, meaning that you can observe what's the action, but I don't think that it would be proper necessarily to speak. Or
Right.
then we would be in violation. Okay.
yeah. And also, can't I watch it on the local channel?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, same thing. So,
It's the second most watched show in the United States, as far as I'm told, after our meeting. So there it is tomorrow night. And Stephen, if you haven't heard, it's probably going to be on at around 7:30, the HDC related stuff. Okay. Anything else, commissioner comments? Now, we do have something that is up for discussion, and that is the brick sidewalks that we're starting to see popping up around town. And I believe Val Oliver may have raised this as an issue.
Yeah.
Is that where I heard it? I think I heard it from Val.
Yeah, I was in town and I noticed there's a lot of patches going on. But the brick is significantly different from the existing brick, and I just wanted somebody to look into that before they do any more patching. Perhaps it should change.
Totally agree. And some of the
next
picture that's on
picture
the
is more
screen right now
telling.
is, kind of, sort of, but I saw one that, oh yeah, there it is. It like really egregious stuff. So if no one at staff level has, ooh, wow, the one on the left is really horrid too.
That's in front of the rectory.
Yeah, that's abysmal. Anyway, I think that we should take the issue up with the DPW, as in we've all noticed it. Have they been informed at all about our concern? Oh, Holly's got her hand up. Thank you, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just give a little history. The previous DPW director had reached out to myself, because remember, the commission doesn't have any jurisdiction within the town right of way.
You do.
And all of these projects that I've been instructed are like-kind replacement. And I was reached out for particular sections. I believe this is the section between Liberty Street and India Street on Center Street. More specifically on the pattern of the herringbone, of why it was there and if they could change it. And I said, please do not change it, put it back the way it is. And that, I believe that was this past summer. Didn't realize that the brick color is so significant. But all the contractors, whoever they may be, are told through town administration they have any questions or issues to contact staff, which would be me. I had not received any other any correspondence, if you will, since the past DPW director. So I will reach out to the DPW as well as town admin and work on that for you all.
That's great, because when the concept is sort of offered up to builders, contractors, and you say, if you have any questions, let us know, you'll never get a question. You'll just get them doing it. And a brick is a brick.
Right.
And then you get that. So I think maybe we have to be proactive in terms of saying like, well, it's not just any old brick, you know, it has to harmonize with what's already there. And, you know, I'm sure they're going to be cooperative, you know, despite the fact that we don't really have any jurisdiction over that, but they, in the past, they have been cooperative. And of
Yes.
course, everybody hopefully is working towards the same goal.
Yes.
So that would be great, Holly. And does that satisfy your concern, Val?
Yeah, I just thought if they were given a heads up, they would stop using whatever that is and use something different.
I think that's right. Yeah. Okay.
I'll report back to the commission, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Holly. All right, so that's it for the discussion. Now we're on to signs, and who's going to tell us about the signs?
That would be me, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, very good.
Billy did meet with the sign council this morning.
Yes.
Unfortunately, he could not attend, but he reported back the sign council approved numbers number 1 and 8.
1 and 8. So 1 and 8, no revisions, straight
No,
up.
it's just straight approval.
Straight up approval.
I
Okay,
make
so-
a motion to approve 1 and 8 in the signs.
very good. Thank you, Diane. On Diane's motion, Abby,
Aye.
Val,
I,
Stephen,
Aye.
Diane on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Very good. That's that. Okay. let's
And
keep going.
items numbered 2 through 7, approval with minor modifications as noted by sign council.
Fantastic. Okay. Somebody?
I make proof 2 through 7 with the amendments
Very good. As per sign committee.
as
Yep.
per sign committee, right?
Very good. Abby,
Aye.
Val,
I,
Stephen,
Aye.
Diane on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. There it is. And the last one,
It was held for representation and more information.
very good. Diane, you want to do that one?
Yep. Hold number 9. North Beach Street for further consideration.
Sounds good. Okay, on Diane's motion for that, for item number 9, Abby,
Aye.
Val,
I,
Stephen,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, that concludes the sign portion of our festivities tonight. Now we're on to consents, from which Val needs to recuse. I think she's the only person that needs to recuse from consent. Am I correct? If so, Connie, would you mind stepping in for the consent portion of the agenda? That was a sure?
Yes.
Very good, thank you. Okay, any comments, questions, concerns on the consent agenda? If not, I would entertain a motion.
Can I ask you a question, please, Ray? On
yeah.
9A Huzzy Farm Road, it's a parking area,
Yes,
and it's right on the corner of Pond Street and Huzzy Farm coming in. It's a corner house. They're not going to, somebody isn't going to say it needs to be 20 feet away from an intersection, are they?
oh, well, actually, that is a rule. You know, that's a DPW rule. You can't have well, sounds like you know all about it already, or you wouldn't have raised the question, but it does need, I don't remember whether it's 20 feet, but you can't have a driveway within a certain distance of an intersection.
That's what I thought.
Oh, okay, Diane, I'm getting a hand raised from Holly. Perhaps she can speak to this.
Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Chair. It's actually, and I will preface this with, I have not looked at this particular application, my apologies, but it's 25 feet from a point of intersection. It's a zoning bylaw, chapter 139-20.1.
That's
But this is
exactly
right
what I
on the
was gonna say.
corner of this property.
it's not on a corner.
Well, here, let's just, can we quickly take a look at this application?
Yes.
Just to
Yeah.
dispel any, if there are any concerns about where it happens to be?
Bear with me 1 minute. I am pulling it up right now.
No problem. Take
Yeah,
your
now that
time.
we're talking about it, I'm interested in the material too.
I would like to add also for the record, Mr. Chairman, that this is an as-built, so the driveway is already done.
Oh,
Well,
it didn't say that.
That's interesting too, because if they are not in conformance with the zoning thing, then they might be having some issues.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I've just been notified by our colleague, Billy Sad, that the applicant received a approval from the planning board last night,
Oh,
special permit.
oh, okay. Now I've heard from a few people like, so it's not at an intersection?
It is at an intersection.
No.
It is.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, this isn't at an intersection. It's middle of the block on Hussey Farm Road.
Yeah, it does not appear to be in an
It's
intersection.
on Manchester Court.
No, hey, wait.
No, it is
stop.
not.
Wait, move the document back down because it clearly showed neighbors on either side. Well, that's a little vague, but if you scroll down to the next document, keep going, just go and looky there. Okay, so you got Mr. and Mrs. Manchester on the one side, and you've got Preston Manchester on the other side. That would
Yeah.
tell me that it is not at an intersection.
Okay,
Okay,
I
so that's that. And then in terms of the surfacing, what do we have? Does anybody know?
It's congruent with the servicing in the area. I drove by it today.
Oh, there we go. There it is. Okay, so Diane, have your concerns been satisfied with?
yeah,
this?
I thought Manchester Court was a town road now. That's
Well,
all.
I think, but that doesn't come all the way through, right?
Yeah,
I don't
it
know,
goes,
labor this.
I would never mind. I just
Okay.
thought that it was.
Okay,
was-
so
Motion to approve is submitted.
are we talking about the entire consent agenda at this point?
Yeah, unless somebody has to recuse.
Well, somebody did have to recuse, and that recusal was from Val, because she's
Oh, I
got. other
missed it.
stuff
Sorry,
on.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, you're speaking specifically of this application?
The whole lot.
Okay, and if we're going for the whole lot, then Connie is sitting in for Val, who can't sit on the whole lot, okay? So your motion is to approve the consent agenda. Is that what I
Correct.
understand? Okay. So on that motion, let me just get my little crib sheet here. On that motion, Diane,
I,
Abby,
Aye.
very good. Connie,
Aye.
that was a yes, I think.
Yeah,
Stephen.
aye.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Connie. Stephen, on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. I got everybody, right? I think I did. Okay, so that's consents. There was one consent with conditions, I believe.
Make a
Consent with-
make a motion to approve 27 Ellen's Way.
Very good. And this will be the regular board. So thank you for the motion, Diane. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Diane on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. All right, there's that. Now we're to the new business portion of which you will see that all three applications are mine and Lisa's. I think Lisa may be in the queue to speak to.
Yeah. I'm here.
I'm going to mute and I'm going to let Lisa take care of it unless I feel like she's doing a terrible job, in which I'll intervene.
So we'll speak to you soon.
Well, what did you say?
So we'll hear from you soon.
Stop.
I'm gonna
Okay.
put out of my email. Okay. So who's my board?
Let's see. We've got a lot of people the way we do it. Who are the alternates present? Oh, I see Carrie now. Connie, is Jesse here?
No, I don't think so.
So Connie, why don't you sit on 256 and just in case I forget in between now and then, Carrie, why don't you sit on 36B Lily Street?
Okay,
And with that, I just want to give you guys a quick reminder. We're going to hear the applicant's agent a couple minutes, and if any of the members of the public or butters want to speak, they've got a minute or so. Then we will, well, actually, let me back up. Applicant or agent provides a description of matters in front of the commission. Commissioners through the chair may ask questions to solidify their understanding of matters at hand. Commission receives staff comments. The butters and public may then speak for or against the matters at hand. And then we'll go on. The applicant or agent is allowed a rebuttal, and then the commissioners will deliberate without further discussion from the public or the applicant's agent unless queried through the chair. Thanks.
okay.
Lisa, why don't you go ahead and start?
Yep, could I, Esmeralda, could I share my screen?
Yes, you may, please. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Hold on a second, here I go. So I just wanted to give the context of so this is the site from the road. It's a large site. I think it's 7 acres or something, but predominantly wet. So in order to expand the architecture, we decided that the best way to do that is to develop the large attic space that you see on the drawings above the main mast, and we did an addition here on the east side. We also took down an addition, which you might see, hang on, here. That's a more contemporary addition. This is actually seen from the northern side of the house. This is the northwest side, and rebuilt that addition. The intent, though, that you'll see with the drawings was to kind of keep other than the addition on this side, to keep the proposal as simple from the road in terms of the massing here. We retain this massing as possible, and to have it, hopefully become bring it into the next generation and become just a great property for Nantucket. I'll show you there's the site plan. Again, here's a 50-foot setback. Most of this is all wetlands in this out here. So there's no expansion possibility kind of to the north or the west. And there's a little bit of expansion possibility here. This is all septic. And so the major addition is actually in this area on the eastern side of the property. So this is the roadside elevation. We've proposed adding dormers to the main mast, as I previously stated. This is the garage mast that's existing in terms of its massing. We are making it a little longer, but again, the intent was to keep it a single-story structure. And then we did add the addition to the east. That's the view. This is the addition from the east side. This is the garage massing, adding a little breezeway to connect it to the house, and adding a porch to the rear, and some other fenestration to the rear elevation. This is the northerly view, which you can see from, and I'll bring the photo up again. It's viewed from a great distance. Hold on, let me just pull that up. This is from the path that leads down to the harbor on the property. So it's quite a distance from the harbor. That's the existing elevation. That's a more contemporary addition that we are replacing with our new addition. And then this is the view from the west that shows sort of trying to mimic the existing garage doors and that massing to a certain degree. And adding, right now, this is a flat roof section to the house, completely flat roofed. And so we were adding more second floor program, but connecting it to the main mass of the structure closer to the north. And I think that's it.
Okay, great. Thanks, Lisa.
Mhm.
Presuming everyone is prepped by previewing this, are there any questions for Lisa?
I had one question, Stephen.
Go
Was,
ahead.
is the house being moved forward?
It is being moved closer to the road due to the wetlands.
And is it that large tree, will that will that survive? Or what's its fate?
I don't know exactly. I mean, obviously we would love it to. I can't say at this point that it will definitely survive. I think the intention though would be to put some large vegetation back to buffer it from the road, the same way that the vegetation that's currently there does.
Well, I think it's an important element of the building, and when we look at the photographs, when it comes Holly's time, I think we should, maybe you can tell us what you think, if it's to be spared, or what it's.
Okay, I think I'd want to get the surveyor to locate it and talk to him about that, just to be sure. But yeah, okay.
Okay, any other questions from commissioners? I don't see any. Okay, great. Let's see. Holly, do you have
Thank you,
anything?
Mr. Chair. Yes, I do. So for the record, this is a circa 1920 colonial revival located within obviously our National Historic District, known as Leedsmore. There's a wonderful rendering which I believe is in your packet. From Lisa and Ray's office that shows this simple.
Nope.
We've lost you.
Holly,
Gable dormers overwhelms this large but simple colonial.
Holly, sorry to interrupt, but you started and then you froze.
Oh. Can you hear me now? Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, the
No,
last thing
sure,
we,
no, I don't want that to be
yeah.
lost.
you talked
Okay.
about the rendering and then we heard nothing till you said gable dormers.
Sorry. Okay. Adding gambrels flanking either side, a hipped portico and triple gable dormer, overwhelms this large colonial. Keeping simple box shapes would be better, more appropriate, and in keeping with the existing 100-plus-year-old structure. Removing the chimneys removes a character-defining feature of this historic dwelling. Changes contemporary features would be more appropriate. However, it would be nice to know what those specifics are. Understanding the structure has evolved over time, but what you view on Pulpus Road is very important. And again, our character defining features. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. And can you identify if we've got anyone from the public or abutters first, actually?
Stephen.
Oh, Mickey, okay. Go
Thank
ahead.
you.
Sure.
Hey, Lisa, do you mind scrolling to the front view of the building?
Yep. Or I should say no. Sorry, that
Thank
came
you.
out wrong. You're
Yeah,
welcome.
so this gives you an idea of obviously the front proposed changes, and in the lower left, the existing simple building. So our comments are: the current design is a classic example of a modestly designed summer cottage. Its simplicity is what makes it so attractive. Too many of these homes are being demolished or modified beyond recognition. The proposed changes to this historic home are much too grand and completely change the character. It is very likely that the rear of this house will be visible from Pulpus Harbor and should also maintain its understated character. And then could you down to slide number 30, Lisa?
Slide number
It's a photograph
30.
of the front.
You know what? I don't have it on this set. Is it this?
No, it's a photograph. It's basically showing there it is. That's good enough. That's perfect.
This one?
That's fine.
Yeah, okay.
So I just wanted to show the tree, which is a prominent tree, but moving this house would almost certainly necessitate removing an enormous old tree in the front yard. Some respect should be paid to this historic landscape feature. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mickey. Holly, anyone else from the public? Okay, Lisa, you got a quick minute if you want to rebut.
No, I don't think I need to rebut.
Okay,
Thank you.
good. Nope, don't have to use the time if you don't need it. All right, guys, concerns, and could you guys pick up a hand or something? It's just difficult to see. Who's ready? Diane, go ahead, please.
I am ready. I think that we've lost the simple building that's there, the way Vicky said. I think that the dormers over the front with the shutters and the side vacancy should be brought in. I don't know. The front door, I think, is much too complicated for this building of 1921. And I don't think it should be moved. I think to cut down your main tree to move it forward for no particular reason is not a good thing. We're supposed to save the feeling of the house. And although it's a lovely house, it is not the feeling, nor do you see the existing house in it, with the exception of the roof walk. But you've lost the two chimneys. I think it's a grand house, but to take it over a much simpler house, I think is inappropriate.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Let's see.
Stephen, I can't find my hand, so just I can just participate at
Look
the
down
end.
your arm, Abby.
What?
Just look down your arm.
Yeah.
Just pick one up so I can see on the screen, that's all. Go ahead, please.
Okay, I have, yes, so when I first looked at this, I thought it was a great looking design. I didn't realize it was from the 1920s and had that history. But yeah, I think that the three dormers overwhelm. You lose the old sort of colonial Cape simplicity. I think introducing the gambrel lines sort of get distracted, another distraction. I'm worried about that tree because I think it sort of relates to the whole setting. But again, if this had been a new house, I would have okayed it, and I didn't realize its history at first. So thank you. Did you hear what I said?
I did.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, thanks, Abby. Val? Go ahead.
I had to figure out how to unmute.
You're unmuted.
I'm on a different computer than I usually use. I think my comments would sort of mimic a lot of what's been said, but in less words. Just keep it simple. The dormers could be smaller without shutters. Going back to the simple gable forms is a good idea. And I did have a concern with the hip porch over the front door and the loss of the chimney, but you know, the rear and the sides of this building can be seen virtually nowhere except Pulpus Harbor. And I do have a picture, but I can't share it because it's not on this computer, of the back of this house, which is really crazy. The existing. That's all I have.
Thanks, Val. Connie?
I was just going to echo about the gambrel and the chimneys. And I guess if the house needs to be moved because of the wetland, it's understandable about the tree, but I would hope that it could be saved. That's really all I have to say. But there is somebody with a hand up called Jackie.
Yeah, I'm gonna circle back to Jackie when we finish up. Her hand came up after we started. Thank you, though, Connie. Appreciate it. Appreciate your comments. So I agree with Connie's comments and Val's comments. I'll note that interestingly, the character and setting, arguably that tree affects it, but more certainly, moving the house up will remove the tree, which is visual mitigation against those dormers if they were found to be somehow inappropriate. So that's kind of almost a two strike. On the dormers themselves, I just say that I think a little bit more reserved, slightly smaller height and width, I think would be appropriate. With that, I will take a comment from Jackie. Please identify yourself and your street address. If you still want to comment. No?
Hey, Stephen.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, but she may not know that she's muted.
Jackie, you're muted. Okay, we're gonna move on.
I'll make a motion to hold for some revisions.
Thank you. On your motion, Abby,
Aye.
Val,
I,
Diane,
Aye.
Connie,
Hi.
and I'm an aye. That carries unanimously. Okay, we're gonna move on to the next item on the agenda.
Thank you.
Go through here.
So my board will be Stephen,
Yeah, so the board will be
not,
Abby, Diane, Val, Carrie, and myself.
And Mr. Chair, Jesse Dutra is now in the meeting.
Okay, Jesse, welcome. When you see your drawings up, Lisa, why don't you go ahead?
okay.
Ethan, I believe I'm supposed to be chairman of this.
No, it's a new application. And Abby, are you sitting if it's Lily Street?
Wait, where, are we on 36B? No, I'll be off this one.
Right,
Okay,
so,
so Jesse, I'll activate you. And Diane, I don't want to ignore your comment. I don't understand the nature of it. Why would you be chairing it?
Oh, she chaired the last one that was 36B, so she probably thought she was on this one. But this is a
Okay,
new
yeah,
application.
just wanted to
Oh.
understand. Okay,
That's
so
right.
Abby,
No, I thought Abby said I was supposed to chair this, so that's fine.
okay, for
Okay,
the
so-
record, Abby, you're recusing?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
so I have Stephen, Diane, Jesse, Carrie, and Val. Okay, okay, I just wanted to make notes. Thank you. So if you, I wasn't gonna share my screen necessarily on this one. This is a, let me just make sure I'm looking at the right thing. This is an application to,
Lisa,
yeah,
please hold a second. Esme, could you pull up the drawing, the site plan, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm trying, but I don't know
Okay.
if it's my internet connection. I'm just having a really hard time
oh,
pulling up
you know what,
stuff.
Esme, I might be able to do it for you. I have the submission here. I just didn't know if you wanted me to, but I'm happy to do it if I
Lisa,
can.
why don't you go for it and we'll see if we can.
Okay, let me see if I can get on to, let's see who gets there first, right?
Yeah.
It's finding the application is the question. Other way. Oh, it looks like you got it, Esme. So this is there's an existing building on the site that we have a building permit for to renovate. We fondly call it the Smithy. It's a little gambrel building. As everybody may or may not know, this property has been held up in litigation for quite a long time. So the building has been up in the air. There is a new slab poured. It's just been open to the weather for a long time now. And the question is not to change any design items, but to reconstruct the building from scratch.
Okay.
No, there are no exterior changes to our drawings. It's just really a demo and rebuild versus a renovation.
Okay, any other comments?
I don't believe so. Unless Ray feels like I need to add something else. We do obviously have a building permit because the slab has been poured for the renovation. But I think that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Esme, can we go back to the site plan and zoom in a little bit? Okay, thank you. Questions from commissioners?
What year was this built?
Carrie, go ahead.
I
Okay,
have to look, I have to look at the old file. It doesn't say on this.
mention it. It
Okay,
was
we'll see if
built,
Holly picks that up.
Yeah, I'm looking at the,
Mr. Chair, to
Go ahead.
answer through you to Carrie, it was built between 1909 and 1923 per Sanborn maps. HDC survey on file from the 80s is before you on the screen.
yeah, that's right. The Sanborn maps are at the end.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, Holly? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, this is a contributing structure within the old historic district. Obviously, the loss of this gambrel, former barn is a sad, state to be under. Unfortunately, it shouldn't have gotten to this position. I am, happy to hear that there's proposal with the next application before you to rebuild it in obviously the same what's existing. It would be nice to know, I think in the photographs or maybe were updated to reflect why the condition got to this position in the first place. It's sad to hear that there's nothing that can be salvaged, I guess. The fact that half of the gambrel itself is exposed to the elements. So it's a sad state to see. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Do we have any abutters? If not, we'll go right to the public. I see Mickey chomping at the bit there.
Mr.
Go ahead.
Chair, on that note, my apologies. We did receive photographs today from, I believe, in a butter. I don't know if they're here today, and Esme did send them out to the commission.
I can pull those up. I do have those.
Is there anyone on the commission who hasn't seen them that would like to see them now?
I would.
Okay, so why don't we just pull them up and quickly go through them? Yeah, 5 seconds a picture, just kind of flick
You
through.
want me, you want me to do that?
I think they're up on the screen. They were up on the
Oh,
screen.
those pictures, not the pictures from the abutter, excuse me. I was,
Oh, Holly, do you have the pictures?
Oh, I saw these.
Okay, so
thought
we
they
don't
were
need to see
pic-
the pictures.
Oh, I thought there were more pictures of the existing structure.
there are in our application.
Yeah, well, so why don't we go through those because
Yeah, let's see these.
they're not, the application isn't posted for viewing on the site.
No.
So we haven't had the opportunity to see these.
So again, they started construction, the property went into litigation. They stopped construction. There is a foundation slab that's poured, and then the construction stopped. So that's why it got to the state.
Wow.
I mean, I can't tell you, I can look up when we got the first approval on this site, but it's gotta have been 4 years ago. I do have, I can tell you when the permit was pulled because Tammy sent it to me today.
Did you say polled?
Pulled. The building permit is dated 10/20/21. So it's been 18 months. Roughly.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. Any follow-up questions at this time after seeing the images? Okay. I think we're back to Mickey.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. So this was not very clear to us through the earlier photographs. How much of this building was, how much of this, the framing was new versus original? So it looked like a bunch of new framing, but the more I look at it through these pictures, there's some evidence of some original framing in there also. So generally, we're not terribly in favor of this being demolished if there's a significant amount of original framing still involved. And that's it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mickey. Anyone else from the public? Okay, commissioner concerns, who'd like to start? I don't see a hand. And are you waving or are you just right,
Ooh.
I'll pick a victim. Val,
I guess I would probably ask to save some boards if you can save them, but initially based on the HSAG comments that I read last time we were looking at this, there was no concerns and I had none.
okay, thank you, Val. Diane,
I would like to see as much be saved as could be. There may be some good wood, whether it's exposed for 18 months or not, it still has a roof and sort of the second floor siding on, so there may be some good beams that are used. I would use as much as possible. Whether the building was under legal duress or not, it should have been covered and protected.
okay,
That's-
anything else, Diane?
No, that's it. I just would like to see what can be used.
Okay, thank you. Abby?
She's sitting off of it.
Oh, that's right. Carrie?
I would say in the rebuild, just keeping the exterior details as is, that barn door up top in the gambrel, and that, I don't know what you call that pulley post thing, the hardware on the barn doors on the sides, just keeping all the detailing as is, so we don't know that it's a new building.
Well, there have been some changes to the exterior, which is the next application, not from the previously approved, but
Lisa,
I
can you clarify when you say there have been some changes? Are they reflected in the image, number one, and number two, over time from the original structure or since the approval?
no, the next application this is for the demolition. The next application is to rebuild what was previously approved as the renovation. And
Gotcha.
so,
So you're saying there are changes in what you're proposing
yeah,
versus
then
the structure as it stands.
slightly different than maybe what you're looking at in these images or the as-bills that are included in this. Nothing
Okay.
major, but I just wanted to point that out to Carrie.
Okay,
Okay.
thanks.
Hear anything else?
No, I agree with everybody else also.
Okay. Jesse?
Yeah, thanks. It's really too bad to see this building in disrepair like this. It's sad that, it had to come to that. I can't imagine 18 months it had affected it this much to the point where it needs to be demolished. I understand that, it will cost more to salvage it and reuse it, but it's just, it's a sad story. And thank you for your honesty about the next application coming up and making more changes to something to this. And because I really don't want to see too much changes to this building. If we are going to demolish it, I'd rather see it come back to its original state. So anyways, and I will just also sound with what the rest of the board had said, in that we really need to, if we're going to approve this as a demolition, we really need to try to use some of the old framing in the building to represent what once was. I guess that's it. Thanks.
I just want to reiterate that the changes that are in the next application have been approved already. We just need to get that application re-voted as new construction as opposed to, a renovation.
Oh, okay. Well,
Maybe it's paperwork. Maybe we didn't have to do it, but we actually are asking for the previous approval to be now new construction.
and you'll have, so there's no new changes from what's already been approved.
No, not
Okay.
what was approved in 2021. No.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm gonna backtrack on that a little bit. I would tend to agree that first I'll say one thing. We recently talked about redirecting fees to enrich HTC efforts. I'm not suggesting this structure necessarily, but maybe I am. It comes to mind that we could use some demolition by neglect enforcement. This is it was never a stately old structure, but it had charm. My opinion is that the flavor of a demolition as opposed to modifications to an existing structure may change my perspective. I'd need to see what those changes will be. Number one. Number two, on this particular structure, I'm not comfortable with a demo unless I just need to see more the pictures on my own screen, personally, blown up so I can review it or do a view. And those are my comments. What about Lisa, any closing comments? And then we're going to go to some type of a motion.
No, I mean, I think it would be helpful. Hopefully we'll, with this, look at the next application so that you can see, what was previously approved in 2021 and that we're not asking for anything different from that.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Okay. How about a motion?
Can we defer it until we see the other one?
Okay. So,
Can I interject? I'm sorry.
go ahead. You're the applicant's agent. Would you like to speak?
Yeah, just briefly. I think that it would be extraordinarily helpful to review the rebuild because there aren't that many changes to
Right.
the building. And those changes were already approved as a renovation. So
Yeah.
that's
Suggest,
all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you, Ray. What I was going to suggest is that we just put this on a hold for the moment and we open the other application. Is anyone uncomfortable with that?
Sounds
Okay.
good to me.
All right, why don't we open that? Please. And who's steering?
Esme.
Esme, okay.
That would
great.
be me, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Lisa, is there any relocation on the site or is just the structure itself?
No, just the structure itself. The foundation, as I said, has already been poured. So it's the site is the location, everything about it is the same. And I do have the previous approval C of A and could pull that up if you had any desire to see it.
Okay, thank you.
I have it on my screen.
And then do you want, Esme, why don't we go stick on perfect on the elevations? Lisa, do you want to explain anything in addition to what you already have?
No, I mean, so you'll see that the existing north elevation and then the previously approved, see the reason it's different is because the building rotated. So the barn door and the little whatever you call that coming out the top used to be facing on the right, on the left, and now it's facing right. So that was the only change to that elevation. It's just the elevations rotating. The previously approved west has stayed the same. And then the same thing on the south, we made some fenestration changes. There is a set of doors that got approved and a window next to it versus what had existed. And then on the back, we just got rid of those, what I think are, single glaze or single pane windows and replaced it with a double hung window. So again, there weren't massing changes. We weren't adding dormers. We were trying to keep the simplicity and the integrity of the barn structure with the changes that were previously approved.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner questions? Any? Okay, Holly, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In light of understanding these two applications together, and hearing the commission discuss the wanting to reuse, that would be my recommendation that any existing features, architecture that could be salvaged from the original structure as it is to incorporate in this rebuilt, I think would be appropriate, and I would recommend asking for that. I will notate that I am very appreciative to see a proposed structure, especially in the heart of our old historic district, to emulate the existing historic structure. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Holly. Anyone from the public, Mickey?
Sure. So I just as a clarification, Lisa, if you could, the proposed west elevation, the sliding barn door, it appears that it really doesn't open all the way. Is that true? It just stays, is that as far open as it goes? What happens with that?
That is a good question. I have not looked at this in a while. Yeah, I mean, I guess it would that would be the distance that it would be able to open. So it would slide back to be sort of the reverse of what you see as the existing elevation, where you would see more shingle on the left side of that door. And then, you know, the doors behind it would be covered.
Okay, so previously behind that door in the original structure was also a French door, a glass door?
There was something there. I'm not sure what it is. It shows up in the existing first floor plan. If you go to the floor plans, it shows up, but I don't know off the top of my head what that door was.
Okay, so we didn't see that as a significant change. I mean, I'm not sure if you're going to continue keeping that door blocking the French doors or not, but assuming that's the way it's presented, we didn't have any problems with the changes.
Okay, thank you, Mickey.
Thanks.
Holly, anyone else from the public? Okay. Let's see.
Can I go?
Please.
It's got to do with Mickey's comment as well, because on the existing west elevation, the barn door track flies away from the building. And I like that element a lot. I think it's really unique and it's specific to this building. And I think if you reincorporate that, the barn door will open more to expose more light into the studio. And I don't mind seeing the French doors. I think it's the one element on this building that is new and sort of bringing it into this century, which I don't mind seeing on this little building. So that's my comment. Everything else looks great.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Who'd like to go next? Val or Diane?
I
I'll
have no
go.
concerns.
Val, go ahead.
I have no concerns.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure what you'd said. Thank you. Diane?
I like Carrie's idea of the arm going out so that the door can open completely so you can see the whole French doors. It seems stupid to me to have half of the door, if it's there, to have it half covered. But you do the arm like in the existing west elevation, you'll see it. And that's what lets the barn door go all the way over. Otherwise, it looks like you forgot. So I would like that added to it.
Okay, anything else, Diane?
No, I think that's the important thing, because that's what people will look at a lot, particularly with the haymow up on the top there. So that's what I would like to suggest it contain.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Jesse?
Yeah, I agree with Carrie's comment, and I think that cantilever track is a unique element and will keep to the original silhouette. It would be a nice addition if we did it.
Okay.
And that's it.
Hold on one second. I just got some weird message. Okay, sorry, some kind of a computer program popped up on the screen. I agree with Jesse, who agrees with Diane, who agrees with Carrie.
I agree with all of you guys. I think that is a nice addition.
Okay, so that closes out that segment of our broadcasting. Before we go to a motion, is there any discussion we want to have in conjunction with the prior application? If anyone does, just please identify yourself. Val?
Can we just incorporate our concerns about keeping what could be kept and reused from the last application?
I think so. I mean, it's a little ambiguous, but I think it has to be without some kind of a overly burdensome survey of the structural elements. And while people were discussing it, I was trying to look at some other imagery, but it looks like there's quite a bit of rot in the structure. Any
Mr.
other
Chairman,
comments?
I have one. I think on the photos, there was some interesting loopy kind of hardware on that barn door, on the existing barn door.
Mhm.
It would be great to use things like that because it's a minor detail, but
I wonder, yeah, I don't know. Where is that hardware, Carrie?
I think it's on this one. I thought I saw some interesting loops. Maybe let's see. Nope, it's not on that one. Oh, there's the door.
There it is.
There's the door down. Go down just a little bit. Oh, maybe it's on the other one. Well, I would say just use as many of the details as possible.
Okay.
Hardware, barn door elements to match.
Because it sort of looks like most of the hinges, like on the upper barn door, are galvanized.
Those ones weren't what I was talking about. There was some
Yeah.
interesting loopy ones that maybe I'm making it up.
I
Imagining
think they
them.
were on the interior.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, they are. They're on the barn door that slides over to go into like a bedroom or something.
Oh, okay.
You
That
just
was-
stare on the picture and there's a broom.
I translated it to the outside. Sorry.
That's okay.
Okay. With all that
Yeah,
said,
there.
about a motion on the prior
Oh,
application. and
Stephen Ray has his hand up.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ray.
Just wanted to make a quick observation to Mickey's point. As I saw the photographs of the inside, I think the answer to the question of what's behind the existing garage door is a big sliding door. I'm almost certain that I saw that when you guys were scrolling down.
Yeah.
With glass panels.
Big sliding door.
Mhm.
That's it.
All right. Let's go back to how about a motion on the prior application and then we'll address this one.
How about a motion approving its demo with the retainage of as much as possible of the existing barn?
Okay. Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
Al? You're muted.
I,
Carrie,
Aye.
Jesse,
Aye.
and I'm gonna abstain. Okay, on the proposed revisions to the, on the previous approval to allow it to be used as a new structure versus, or primarily a new structure versus renovation of an existing structure. How about a motion?
Can I just clarify what does primarily mean?
Well, the request was that whatever could be salvaged, so.
Yeah. But it was approved as a demolition and incorporating some of the old details into it.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think I thought what I was said was as a approval for in effect, approval for the new application, which is primarily a new structure as opposed to a renovation of an existing
Okay.
structure.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do we have a motion to that effect or similar?
So
I'll
moved.
make that motion.
Okay, Val, Diane beat you to it. Diane on your
Okay.
motion?
Aye.
Val,
I,
Gary,
Aye, and incorporating back the barn door track that flies
Oh, yes.
around the building.
that's a good friendly emotion.
Yes.
And emotion. And I'm an I also.
Okay, thank you, everybody. I'll see you later.
Okay. and then-
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
sorry, can you repeat the motion? I just want to make sure I got this right, please.
Well, for the purposes of the motion, I think we can just say a motion to through staff to incorporate as much of the prior existing structure as possible. And to add the barn track extension to the west elevation.
Thank you.
I think that's all in keeping with what we just discussed. All right, Mr. Chair.
Gotta get rid of that hand. Okay, thanks, Stephen. Thanks, everybody. Okay, so we're on to the old business portion of tonight's meeting. That being old business of February 14th. First item of which is 86 Main. Do we have Tori?
Yep.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, can I recuse from this for a quick break?
Well, let me just give you some good news here because we're on old business, so we have established boards, and you're not on this one anyway.
Oh, fantastic.
So there you go. Fate was on your side. Okay, so it's myself, Stephen, Abby, Diane, and Jesse. Okay. So let's get the images up on the screen, and Tori, I'll give you the mic in a second.
Thank you.
They're coming. It's very slow, sorry.
No problem. Ready for me, Ray?
Yeah.
Okay, so we left it at the last viewing of this application that I believe Commissioner Welch wanted to see the prior to COA's approval and colors that were approved, which are the next two slides, to determine the main house and the cottage and the colors that were approved and what our how our request to alter from white to the green solidifies and matches those two comments, if that makes sense. That was a little wordy. So here's the garage studio COA. You can see Gardner green in the bottom right for the doors.
Okay.
And white was the sash. I've included the elevation drawings, which are the next page as well. And if you zoom in on the top left elevation, I believe it might be hard to read. It also mentions Gardner green, painted white trim. Maybe it's not that one. I thought I read it somewhere. At any rate, Stephen wanted confirmation of the shutter color, the prior approvals, and the Gardner green existing, I believe, on the site. Is that right, Stephen?
Yeah, so clarification on the garage and the house, because it's a little confusing. There's pictures
Right.
of both the house and the garage in the initial application. And the initial application says to go from white to green, but both of them are, both the house and the garage are green already.
Yes, so I included the house COA and the garage COA prior to this.
Right, but I'm going to restate that. The application says to go from white to green. Both of the
Nope.
structures are already green.
And I believe page number 6 or screen number 6 says green to match, doesn't it? Or is that the doors? That's the doors, and the sash is white. So what they ended up doing, so you wanted to confirm that the sash on the main house was approved as green. Is that
Well,
right?
actually, I wasn't sure which structure the application was for, because I didn't see anywhere where it says garage or house.
Oh, it says garage. And the COA 68139 is for the garage as well.
Are you talking about the new application
Yeah,
now?
where does the original application doesn't list the garage?
See it right there
No, the
on
original,
other?
I'm sorry, your original application that we're reviewing today.
That's the first one. Okay, let's move up
Doesn't
to
list
that.
the structure. So the application we have not yet acted on doesn't list a structure.
I thought I had checked off garage, but let's double check.
Maybe you did. I don't see it checked.
Oh, you're right. That's my bad.
So that's point number one. I want to confirm which structure we're talking about. And then I wanted to
Yeah.
understand, because the images showed that they're already green. Is this an as-built? Is it?
Yes,
I
it's
don't know.
it's an as-built situation due to the HDC inspection.
Okay, so I would just ask, maybe let's get that pushed up front and out of the way. It'll save everybody a lot of time.
Yeah.
Okay, so those are my questions. Are we going to concerns, or you want to hold off?
Myself?
Yeah, I think that was addressed to me. I think we can go, now that I believe that we're clear on this, and I think that it did have something to do with the as-built nature of this. I would like to hear from the board that's sitting on this, whether the color change is acceptable.
I can go.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, yeah, Holly, sorry.
This is
Holly first. Yes, go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, my understanding is this was an as-built for a color change on the garage. The garage was constructed 2007. The main house in the lot, again, I think this is important for context, is the George C. Macy House, a circa 1838 Greek revival. And historically, Greek revivals are white. And typically the sash color, you should, well, I think you always had them similar to the main structure. All the character features, sash, configuration, color, what have you. So I just wanted to bring that point to the commission, that it would make sense to have it as approved, as originally approved, as white. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, now we're to the board. Who would like to begin?
Well, I'll go.
Go ahead, Diane.
Yeah, Diane,
I'll
you
go.
take it.
I will go with white if that's what it should be. It's building with the old building. And to make it simpler, I just would stay with the white.
Okay. Diane, thank you. Stephen, were you in there ready to speak?
Yeah, sure. I would agree with Diane. I defer to Holly. I don't really have a good grasp on his historic color patterns, so I would defer to Holly's comment.
Okay, thank you. That leaves Abby and Jesse.
Well, I now that I know that the main house is white, I was just gonna
Well-
say, yeah.
Let me make sure that I thought I got this right. I thought the main house was green.
Holly just said the main house sash was white.
Well, it says right on the thing.
No. It's green. They're both green, and they were both approved to be white, except for the doors. So we have one application for the garage, but the house isn't before us.
Do we have a
But that
picture of the main house?
I thought I saw it in there.
We
That's
did have them last time. I did not have them as part of this resubmission. I believe Esme may have pulled up the inspection. And they were part of that.
Well, let's just,
Well, I was just gonna say, I think it should match the main house, because I think it would be odd to have the main house white and have the garage green. So-
Right.
I'm pretty certain that we all agree that the house is green. Sash. Is there anyone disputing the fact or my belief that the house has green sash?
I'd like a clarification, please, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, sure.
My understanding of the way this has been presented is we're currently reviewing the garage as an as-built painted green sash versus white. And I presume that since the house was approved as white, we will soon be viewing the house as an as-built painted green sash versus white.
I
Is
think
that
probably
correct?
correct.
Okay, thank you.
I thought I had included the COA where the house was asked to be changed from white to Gardner green.
Hey, you know, if we don't have that, that's rather critical to this discussion.
No, I know, I thought
I
it
mean,
was here.
seriously critical, because everything hinges, like, my belief, and I think that everyone on the board would share this belief, is that consistency among buildings on a piece of property is very important. Now, whether that consistency is of white or of green, you know, so if you have approval, if you have HDC approval for green sash on the house, then I think that it would certainly affect the way that this discussion goes. But without having an answer to that right now, you know, on the screen, I find it very difficult for this board to make a logical and informed decision.
I understand. Could we look at the COAs that I?
Point of order.
Yes, sir, Stephen, go.
Both the applications list white sash. Both the COAs list white sash, rather.
Okay, then there it is. So
Yeah,
there was not an approval for green on the house.
Yeah, and I think we just need to have these applications presented in a way that's cogent, and it's very simple. We have an as-built situation, and the other structure that we're comparing it to is an as-built situation where both colors are incorrect versus the approval.
Yep.
And
So
before we leave it through you, Mr. Chair, if I could, please. Could we look at the final page of drawings at the notations on those approved drawings?
okay, well, if you're going to show us something that says green sash, but the application says white, I can't imagine that we're going to see that there's validity to that, because that's inconsistency within the application.
Mhm.
Can I?
And it's also inconsistent with the application before us, which is to go from white to green.
Mr. Chair, it's
Yes.
Abby. Was that house that we saw on the corner there with, might be Pine and Maine? Is that the house we were talking about when we were flashing through? This one? Because I hate to say it, but that looks like black.
That's that really dark Essex green. That's on Pine. Actually, is that the one on Pine Street?
The one that wraps around, comes
Yeah, I
off.
think that is the one on Pine Street. Listen, I think that we would go off of the what is on the application for the house. And what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing is that the application for the house was not for green sash, it was for white sash. And so if you reference a little notation on one of the drawings that says green sash, that's inconsistent with what the application says. So, you know, it's not our problem that you had verbiage in there that was inconsistent on one application.
I understand. I can resubmit.
I'll make a motion to keep it white.
Now, okay, Holly, I'm going to hold your motion because I want to get clear on what it is. So Holly, go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I believe the historic structure on the lot already has that dark green sash based on the Google imagery. I would assume that that was done with the last couple of years. So it sounds like there would need to be an application for both structures, not just the garage that's before you, for the color change to green as it's originally done, both as built, but you all did originally approve them as white.
Okay, I
That's-
think what you're saying is consistent with what Stephen's been kind of pushing on this, which is the house application was for white and now it's painted green. So there's another inconsistency. And so Stephen's motion, which is on the, what are we calling this? The garage, the guest house, the whatever application is before us at the moment. Well, yes, it is a garage. So on the application that is before us, Stephen is making a motion to approve the sash as white, which was what was previously approved. And
And if I may,
then,
Mr. Chair,
yes, sir.
I may, and to indicate on the application, this is the garage.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because obviously now Holly, we do not have an application currently before us that is in request the same thing of the house, but we really should be getting that. Okay. Just so
Happy
we
to take
know.
care of that.
Okay, so now on Stephen's motion. Stephen's motion, once again, is on the garage, AKA the application that we are reviewing right now. His motion is to approve the sash as white, not green. Okay, on Stephen's motion, Jesse,
Aye.
thank you. Diane,
Aye.
very good. Abby,
I'll abstain.
okay. For reasons that I understand.
I don't understand. It looks like there's on the main house, it looks like there's dark green or black sash, so I don't.
There is, but that was also unapproved. So got it. You're an abstention. Stephen on your motion,
Aye.
and I will be an aye too. So that's 4 in favor, 1 abstention. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Yes, and we'll see you next time. Now we're to 211 Pulpus Road, screen porch,
That's
myself.
me.
That's
Can
you,
I share
Cal.
my screen?
Of course you can. We prefer that. So it's myself, Stephen, Abby, Jesse, Carrie.
Okay.
Beautiful. It sort of sets the tone for the application.
Well, I guess I'm not doing it right.
No, you're not.
Oh, here. I think this is me, yeah. This was an application to originally add a sun porch on the front of this building.
Yep.
We are now not applying for a sun porch. We just want to screen in a porch.
Hey, Val,
Yeah.
through Mr. Chair, I hate to interrupt, but can you maximize the viewer you've got? Perfect. And then zoom in
Okay.
just a hair. Thank you.
Zoom. So the concerns were that it seemed off center because in my previous iteration, which is page 11, excuse me. I don't know how to do that either. Blow it up. I had a larger second floor deck, which was off center. I had casement windows across the front that didn't relate to the windows that are there, which are like fixed glass with awnings below them. And there was concern about the front door not being visualized. So I, oh, that's the original plan right there. And as you can see, there is nothing symmetrical about this house at all. That's exactly how it's built. Bear with me. as I said, we're not going to do glass now. We're just going to do screens. We would like to keep it on the present deck that's there as opposed to centering it on the building. I proposed a much smaller second floor deck, which is centered on that dormer.
Mhm.
And the screens we're proposing will mimic the window pattern on the house, meaning, you
Mm.
know, a larger portion over what
Yep.
would look like a awning. And that's the changes.
Okay, thanks, Val. Board members, who will step forward and be the brave soul?
I'll go.
Thank you.
Abby, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thanks. I remember you talking about it too, Stephen. My concern was that, you know, no front door, and I think I actually thought there was symmetry to this in that the 3 dormers on the top. I'm wondering, you know, I would be very happy if that middle door were just kept as a dormer with a window rather than cutting into the porch like that. And because that's a screen, maybe we're going to see the front door through it. But the reason I'm concerned about this building at all is that everybody knows this building. You drive down Pulpus, you see it. It's most unusual that it has that sort of light blue turquoise color. And I think part of the charm was that it did repeat itself in sort of in those dormers and in the windows. So if I had my way, I would make that, I would retain that middle dormer on the second floor. Thank you.
You would retain the window portion of
Yes,
it,
sorry. Yes,
which would kind of do away with the whole second floor deck.
yes, and but you would get your screened in porch, and I think keep its charm. So
Let's see. Okay, so Stephen, did I hear you calling out over there?
You can go ahead. Abby caused me to look. I want to look something up here.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Jesse, Carrie, anything?
I'll go.
Thank you.
I was concerned about the symmetry in the roof as well with the deck when it was sort of pushed off or going off, whatever, centered on the porch rather than the dormer. And this helps me a lot because I feel like the second floor deck is pretty small. That door doesn't bother me so much. I don't think it's going to really stand out. I think as long as the trim is staying natural, and the screen porch.
Excuse me for interrupting, but the trim is actually kind of a greenish color.
Well, the color that it is,
Yes.
it's not going to be white and pop out. I think the railings, if they can stay natural weather,
all these groceries
will help. I don't know who that is.
Somebody needs to mute.
But I feel that this is pretty balanced, keeping the chimney and then the off-centered porch. I think it's reading pretty sublime to me right now.
It's an interesting word. First time I've heard that in an HTC discussion. Thank you. Okay, so thanks a lot for that, Carrie. Jesse or Stephen, are either of you ready?
Go ahead, Jess.
Okay. I mean, Abby's point is good and Carrie's point is good as well. And so I could go either way. I definitely, the porch is totally fine. I think if you keep that rail natural to weather, it'll be okay. The door is going to be painted the color of the trim.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's symmetric either way. So I'm okay with it.
All right, Jesse, thank you. All right, Stephen, down to.
Okay, so, excuse me, can we go to the image that shows, I think it's the cover page? And can you zoom in on the front elevation? Yeah, that's probably as you'd see it from the street. That's fine. So my thoughts are the symmetry helps. I think the change helps overall. I would like to request, it appears to me that on the first floor, the center window of the 3 ganged windows has a screen on it. I'd like to request that the second floor door that's proposed will have a screen on it to match the windows. And I think that this is just going to blend away.
Okay.
Stephen, thank you. I noticed that Holly has her hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to notate for the record, because I drive by this house twice a day, and I knew Mr. Gibbs quite well, actually pretty much a relative on my stepmom's side. The vegetation that you saw in that photograph is pretty much gone now. So you can clearly see the entire structure as these photos are shown right there from the public way. I just wanted to make that point.
Thank you, Holly.
Thanks, Sally. I'll just wrap up if I can.
Oh, sorry. I thought you had.
Well, I thought I had too. So thanks for indulging me. I do appreciate the changes to incorporate the kind of the hopper proportion window with the casement window above, incorporating that into the screen panels. And I think overall, even with the vegetation not being there, given it, I think the screen is going to make a difference. If it's at all possible, Val, what, through Mr. Chair, what, is that a 6'8" door or 7 foot?
6'8". I don't believe we could make it any higher.
No, I was actually hopeful you could make it a little lower and a little wider.
Yes, that's what I was gonna say too. If that was a, sorry, I'll go after Stephen, sorry.
But I mean, I realize if it's going to be a wood door but it's just going to be single pane of glass, it could just be a wider door that, you know, you cut some of the bottom panel off and the top panel off just a little bit. And it could be it would mimic the width of the windows. And I think it would just blend in. I know it's a little bit of custom work, but I don't know, just a thought.
That's all right. As long as you can get out it.
Well,
Yeah, it's not an egress door.
No.
Hey, Stephen.
Yes, sir.
This question actually came up in my office a day or two ago, and here's my recollection. Even if it's not an egress door, I think that it has to be a minimum of 6 foot 6 inches high. You just can't, you're not allowed to do a door that's lower than that. Do you agree with that statement?
It depends. If you call it, if it's a casement window, then there's not a requirement for that.
Oh, well, that's kind of interesting. Yeah. When's a door and when's it a window? Because yeah, I mean, it is sort of shoehorned up there. Listen, my own view, and I believe everyone else has spoken, so here I go, is that we all do love this house, and I'm thinking about the reasons that I love it, because a lot about it is, you know, very, very atypical of what we would be approving these days, like those crazy windows that are in those 3 dormers and how flat and wide those dormers are. And, you know, the big casement window on the left-hand side on the first floor, but there it is. It's sort of its own, you know, meek little thing. And, I think the screen porch is fine. I think that what Stephen said about the door, given this sort of greenish gray trim that the house is now, that sage green trim, everything's just going to sort of like weather out, as you can see in the photographs on the right-hand side of the screen. And even though the door might be a little bit taller than the windows around it, I think that that's okay. So I'm all right. And I did like the idea of the screen, by the way, because I think that would sort of just, you know, dampen down the glass aspect of the door and its verticality. Those are my thoughts. Should we move this in some way?
Make a motion to approve through staff with the addition of a screen on the screen to match the windows on the north elevation, second floor.
That's it?
And natural to weather railings on the balcony.
Oh, yeah, sorry, natural to weather railings.
Which is what you had planned on, Val?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Right.
I thought you said that.
We're restating it. Okay, so that's Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Abby.
I yes.
Okay, very good. Jesse,
Yes, as well.
very good. Carrie?
Yes.
All right, now, one of the things that I said at the beginning of the meeting is you don't say yes, you say I.
Aye.
Okay, everybody
Aye.
says I.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Yes that's different. And Stephen on your motion.
Aye.
Thank you. And I'm in favor
Thank you.
too. Okay, so there you go, Val. All right, thanks a lot. All right, so now, let's see. We are at 126 Main. Linda, I believe, is here. And myself, Stephen, Diane, Abby, Val is our board. Hey, when's the pizza coming, by the way?
Oh, right.
Yeah, when's the virtual pizza coming to each one of us?
I meant to text you to remember to cancel it.
Well, that's funny. I was driving down the road and I said, oh, Tammy, no pizza tonight. She said, nope, all taken care of. Yep. We're each getting a little mini pizza sent to our respective spots. Kidding on that. Too bad. Okay, so 126 main house revision. Linda, are you there? Is she? I can't believe she wouldn't be. Huh. Really?
I heard her earlier.
She was here, Mr. Chairman. Let me see if we can find her.
Yeah. Because she's got basically.
Sheldon,
almost-
my sound went
Ah,
off.
there we are. Okay. The agenda would be very short if you weren't around. All right, so Linda, we are at the main house at 126, okay? Just say yes. Linda?
Go.
Brother.
Linda's on mute,
She's on mute?
seems to be.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
Linda just texted me and said her sound went off. So she's unmuted right now. I don't know if she can maybe sign out and sign back in.
I've been brushing up on reading lips. Do you want me to take a stab at it?
Chip, I'm going to imagine that you want Linda to be doing the presenting here, right?
I would prefer that.
Figured. Okay, so, wow, let's see.
Call her.
All right, and so she has a huge block, as you can all see, of applications. So should we just see,
Let's go back, come back to her.
What's up?
You tell them my sound went off?
up,
What do you mean?
there's
It went
Linda.
off. I don't have any sound on my computer. I'm trying to go back into it again.
Okay.
Just tell
We
them
can
that.
hear
I
you.
don't want them going without.
Linda,
Her sound is
We can
off.
hear-
She's logging back in.
guys, I don't know about you, but I just heard her.
That's me on the phone with
I'm
her.
on the phone.
Oh,
It works.
She's trying to log back in now.
all right.
All right, hold on.
She's coming.
Takes forever to get in.
We just accepted her.
Okay, hold on.
Recording in progress.
Oh,
All right,
geez.
you have me now? Hold on.
No, okay, so
All right,
Linda,
you have
what
me
you
now?
have is two
I got it
different-
now. I got it now. Okay, there we go.
All right.
I sent this out last week and it was in your packet this weekend to just go over everything. So there's no question about anything. People keep saying that we're changing the streetscape. We're not. There are no changes to the front facade of the dwelling. We can go over this really quickly. The same rough openings will be used, the Norwood TDLs. We're going to run TDLs around the existing structure. So that means the east side and the west side. And the front side of the addition, though that doesn't have that now, we're agreeing to put anything that's facing the street, visible from the street, as single true divided lights. Same roof openings. We're adding a couple of windows. It's very dark, and there were some windows that were taken in the old photos. You can see they were there, and then they were taken out. All the trim is going to be replicated. The threshold is not changing, so I don't want to hear about it again. After a year, the threshold is staying exactly where it is. The surveyor has identified the benchmark on the site plan, which is included in the packet. Just to reiterate, Hollis Webb was in there and he reviewed all the windows, and that's what he does. And there isn't anything original in it. They're more of a recent vintage. There's some weight and balance, a lot of weight and balance, actually. The flanking windows on the west side, which is this side, were added when they put the French doors in, and they just simply cut the beams inside and cut the corner posts. Holly can vouch for that when they did the 1996 renovations. Foundation exterior appearance. I put all the distances on the plan. I put all the pictures on the plan. In the front, the only rubble visible is over on the right-hand corner and on the very left-hand corner. So we'll replicate those little teeny weeny pieces on the front side of that structure, but otherwise it's brick, painted brick. The brick on the east side driveway side for the back lot extends halfway up that side. That's where we could tell exactly which was which, because if you recall, half this building moved in from Sherburne and the other half was constructed on site. So when we're looking at the east side here, all the way up to almost right exactly under the ridge, which I didn't realize until I actually measured it. It's under the ridge. So the front side is brick and the left side is rubble. So we can only assume somewhere along the line, that's where the building was split. Now on the west side, the rubble goes from that corner to the porch. The right side is a poured foundation, and the new addition is a poured foundation from 1996. The rear was all poured. So there's been a lot going on down there. We're going to lift it in place, benchmark it, pour a foundation, and replicate exactly what is on the outside. I've taken 100 pictures of the outside of it. So that's what it's going to look like from the outside. The methodology is not within your jurisdiction. Toscana has already submitted a letter saying they will not get under it unless they pick it up. They're not going to try to put a foundation underneath it as it sits. It's unstable. Both engineers said you got to do it this way. That's what we're going to do. But we're going to replicate the exterior, which is the important part. So it looks exactly oddly like it does now, especially in this left-hand corner as you're looking at the west elevation. It is not moving from its current location. That's been the status quo for months. The front stoop, even though in the picture, if you go down a little bit further, you can see the historic picture. That front stoop is not original. This picture right here. It came straight off at a pretty intense angle, right down to the sidewalk. There wasn't any change in grade there. Now, if you go look at the current picture, there is a change in grade. They decided not to keep coming straight out, and they turned it left and went down to the left. You got to go down one more picture, I think. Yeah, there you go. Well, there's a better picture of it, but they turned him to the left and they went straight down. And then they turned them again and put a little brick wall there and put a little brick walkway there. So they didn't continue to come straight out to the sidewalk. Probably it was just too dangerous to come straight out at that angle. But we're going to go ahead and put this back on it because that's what everybody knows is on it. If you go back to the west elevation on the, here we go. Everybody was kind of whacked out about this underground thing. It is actually under that porch. It's not visible from anywhere at any time. It's under the porch with a skirt going back on the porch. And I put a gate to the right of that porch to just make sure you didn't know that there was a walk down there. So it looks like it's all part of that porch. The new windows to the right in the poured foundation under the new addition are going to have the usual black gate, black grate over the top of it. The chimney is remaining in the exact same location that it was. The as-built drawing that appeared with this the last time was actually incorrect. The chimney's staying where it is. It's going to be rebuilt using as much of the brick that we can, but it will probably be the water-struck bricks if we can't use all the bricks because the bricks are, at least from the inside, are not in great shape and they're beginning to crumble. And there's nothing really supporting this chimney all the way to the basement. Which actually isn't in the basement. It's sort of half in the basement, half on the upper level. Westerly addition, we have narrowed the addition on the right side there, overall reduction since we started by 4 feet, at least from the roadside, and we've narrowed it from the west side as well. The eave was dropped as we requested the last time. The windows dropped also to differentiate from the main mass. It is, however, 44 feet from the street, whereas all the other ones that are in the file that we took pictures of up and down Main Street and all over Woodbury are within 2 to 4 feet of the front elevation. We're putting it back where the new elevation was from 1996, which is farther back than anything, and gives a perspective from the street that's different from all the other ones, which are very tall and right on the street. Existing addition went from 12.9 wide. The new addition is 14.11. So it's about a little bit about 2 feet wider than it is right now. It's also in context, which I already mentioned. We've reduced it since we started this saga a year ago by over 4 feet, east to west. It's very narrow now. It's sort of atypical, does look like a rocket ship, which we try to stay away from. The width of it is going about 8 feet larger, less than 8 feet wider to make it actually usable. It's only obliquely, I think it was mentioned some time ago that it's only obliquely viewed from the street because it's so far back and it's at an angle and the tree is not going anywhere. The addition, I'll go back to the west elevation. You asked us to line the windows up. Yeah, you can see it, the original up above. One more up, please. No, you got to go to that side addition. You went too far.
Well, the west one?
No, yes, the west. The
We're just
original,
looking
go
at
up
that.
one more. You'll see what you'd looked at before.
Oh,
Go up one more
preview.
page. There you
Yeah.
go. You're out of line. So on the new one, we've lined them up. It looks better, much better lining them up. The French doors, yeah, we reduced the double French doors under this porch from 1996 and just left the window and one door. You asked us to reduce the doors on that, make sure it had a kick panel, it was a 12 light. So if you go to the south elevation, which is the rear. There we go. We reduced the French doors overall. We took out the exterior chimney. We lowered the eave again. We changed the window perspective. We reduced the width of that rear deck. There is a rear deck on the existing structure. We reduced those French doors and made the windows smaller, flanking the windows. So it's one French door kick panel with windows that are smaller. We took out a French door on the first floor. That's going to be minimally visible because of the plantings in the back. And we made them all have kick panels. And I believe, unless Chip wants to add anything.
Did we hit
took
the
that-
east elevation? Not that I want to hear you talk anymore, but did we get the east elevation?
The driveway side?
Yeah.
Yeah, there we are. That elevation we added, that's set back in. I don't know if you can look at that, look at the aerial on it. This is not flush. This is not on the same plane as the house. There's an inset with this addition. There's an inset with that addition now with stairs and all kinds of stuff and a wall. We put a shingled wall there so it goes across so you can't see up that driveway on that side. You can barely see up there now with the existing driveway as narrow as it is, but this is set back in. And the shingled wall goes and you come down from the back. So it's no worse than what's there now, which is some sort of an odd side porch with a bunch of walls.
Okay.
So then we're going to reconstruct it's falling apart. We're going to reconstruct the cold door because that's kind of a cool feature there. So we're going to leave that feature right where it is. And that's pretty much it on this side.
Okay.
There haven't been a whole lot of comments about this side all along. It's been mostly the
not.
front and the
I
west.
just wanted to make sure we covered everything.
Yeah.
So I believe a second ago you were going to defer to Chip if he had anything additional to say.
Yep.
Okay, Chip.
I don't think I have anything else to add. I think you covered it all quite well, Linda.
See where it goes. All right, thanks, folks. Holly's next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is the E.W. Cobb, Arthur B. Collins House, a circa 1750 typical Nantucket, contributing towards the local and national district. And originally the structure was moved from Sherburne. And that rear addition was done in the 90s, that rear L. Appreciate the written intentions and detail of the revisions that's included with the application. Very, very helpful, especially how this application has been reviewed for many, many meetings. The site plan should remove the demo existing garage and new garage locations, just as a point of clarification. Appreciate the elevations showing with the existing versus proposed for clarity. Appreciate the new windows in the main mast to be TDL. That should be all for the doors as well on the main mast. And then I was questioning whether or not those are going to be Boston Sash, or if they knew who the manufacturer was going to be for those. I know the SDLs on the rear addition will be Norwood.
And the
But
windows also, doors and windows are Norwood or be custom either way.
okay. And then my main question overall was the notation about the survey identifying the benchmark. I didn't see that in here anywhere, so I was just wondering where that was. Just wanted to
The
mention that
survey plan should be up a little bit higher, I believe, on this thing.
What?
it was one thing
The
I
survey
couldn't find.
plan is up in the top, I assume, or it's in my other, there's a bunch of attachments to this that are in a different email, that are in a different scan. And it's in that one, I believe, unless it's at the very top of this. Go to the very top. It's always going to be one of the first two pages.
Okay, well, she's looking for that. I wanted to continue if that's okay,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, that's
Um,
fine.
The character defining features of this dwelling include that high brick rubble foundation as indicated in that 1890s photo. Not only I think it interesting to note of the front porch that Linda had notated, but it's also interesting to look at that front door where the transom lights are actually 5 lights versus the 4 that are there now. And then the shelf for the mantle shelf is actually higher up, another shingle course higher than the existing. I just thought that was something to point out. You can also see on that gable end, yeah, right there, you can see the gable end where there used to be a window in the second floor. You can clearly see where there's new shingling in this photo. And then I also think it's very important to point out that this foundation actually has a combination predominantly of rubble, but has a combination of rubble and brick. And that's why I notated that. The rubble is on most of it, and then that brick is on that left-hand side, which is what you predominantly see currently now. Appreciate the structure that will stay in situ, very important, and not moving. The addition of that front stoop and existing brick wall in grade it has notated to be reconstructed. I just want to notate that it should be clear that it's going to be a light kind feature, taking into consideration the existing grade, and I didn't see that annotated on the elevations, which I think should be.
Okay.
Appreciate the change over of the 12 light kick panels for any of the French doors. That's obviously a typical thing that the commission has asked for within the OHD. And appreciate that the chimney is staying in place. I'll notate that there was a note on there previously that it was going to be or light kind. So I just want to make sure that it's staying put, and obviously light kind with much as possible.
Yep.
Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to see these changes. And again, I do think that the current proposal outlining what the changes were done were important. And I also want to mention that I appreciate the dormer that was proposed on the second mass, not on the facade, not being there anymore, and bringing it back to the 1990 kind of elevation feature. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay, Holly, thank you very much. I'm going to recognize Mickey if you're there.
I'm
Thanks,
going to
Ray.
place an objection on the record as to the fact that he says "we," and so he's representing people, and I object to it. Not one of them as an abutter, so I just have to put that on the record again.
Understood. Thank you, Linda. Okay, Mickey, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Ray.
Mr. Chair,
Uh, who
Steven.
was that?
it's Stephen.
Stephen Welch?
Yeah,
Oh, sorry. Well, oh, yes. Yes, sir.
thank you. Mickey, if I may, through Mr. Chair, I think
Please.
it's valid. I think it's worthwhile for you to list the people you're representing. The opinions. I mean, I don't necessarily think you need to do it at every application, but I think it would be appropriate to do it, at the beginning of the meeting or something, just so it's in the record. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Stephen.
Okay, so just for the record, the people that I'm representing is it's the original HSAB, or Historic Structures Advisory Board group, which was dismantled and now we're performing the same role as the HSAB group instead.
And I object to that again on the record.
It's myself and Angus McLeod, Jason Finger, Lucy Dillon, and Mary Bergman. So.
Thank you, Mickey.
Sure. So our comments are: replacing the existing brick foundation wall facing Main Street with a new brick will never look historic and will change the character of this nearly 300-year-old home. The foundation is a character-defining feature and it should be preserved. Certainly, if it's possible to lift the house off the existing foundation and build a new, deeper foundation beneath it, then Toscana and the engineers can come up with a system to safely support this house while the existing foundation wall is reinforced from the inside. So, couple of specific comments. If you could go onto the east elevation. It's west.
Oh, that's west, yeah. It's
Right,
down
yeah.
the bottom. There it is.
Right there. So the center window on the second floor is an odd size. It would make much more historic sense for that to be the same size as the other windows along that, to the left and the right and below it. Also, the shingled railing right there, the shingled railing is sort of an odd thing. I think that'd be better as almost anything but shingles, probably either board, but probably preferable more like picket rather than a freestanding shingled wall there. And then down to the bottom slide, which I think is the door schedule. There it is. You can zoom in on that top row of doors, please. So these are drawn in an odd way, and I'm not sure if that's just a bad drawing or if that's intended, but they're also labeled as French doors with kick plates, not kick panels. And you can see the French door that's indicated. It's not even showing styles around the panels. It's just drawn oddly. I think that this needs to be detailed properly and corrected. That should conform to sort of Morgan or Brasco style dimensions for 12 light doors.
They're not Brasco.
Well, no, but Mickey's comment is certainly well taken, because right at the moment, it looks like the muntins of the doors are running into not a rail. They're running into like a panel, which is only.
Yeah, I think that's his CAD system, by the way, but also that double French door is no longer on the building.
Okay.
It's been removed.
The fact of the matter is, Mickey is pointing out that there's an inconsistency in the detail drawing, which is, I think, important to get reconciled. So
Yeah,
Mickey.
we'll fix that. They should look like the left one or the middle, the second to the right.
Well, sort of, kind of, because the bottom rail is always deeper than that. We all know that. So Mickey, continue. Thank you.
Yeah, just one last comment. That's a 7.6 door, and that's the one that's indicated for the side porch on the west elevation. And 7.6 is just too tall. It should be a 7-foot door.
Okay.
I believe that's the rough opening that's there now.
All right. Well, these are comments that the board is going to take under consideration.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I'm pretty certain that there's a number of people from the audience that would like to speak on this application. So I would like just a few ground rules and try and respect the board's time. So a lot has been said already. I would like to refrain from duplication of effort if we may. And I'd also like to keep all of our comments limited to what is really the HTC's purview and not stray beyond that, and to keep the comments succinct. So how do
Mr.
you?
Chairman, can I reserve the right to respond quickly to if something is being again said that's
Well,
incorrect?
not
Not
bit by bit.
No, not bit
I'll
by
give
bit.
you a little wrap-up session. I'll give you a brief amount of time to
Okay.
do any rebuttals. But so anyway,
That's fine.
can I have some hands, or can I have some unmuting and identification, and then we can move it from there. Okay, I see a hand up from Mr. Kevin Toth.
Thanks, Ray.
Sure.
So hello, commissioners, and HDC staff. My name is Kevin Toth of 128 Main Street, and my family and our neighbors have been, following this Main Street development with great concern. So I'd like to start off by expressing our gratitude that the submitted plans do reflect some of the comments from the HDC meeting on the February 21st meeting. For example, the removal of the modern indoor-outdoor fireplace. Frustratingly, I'm afraid that the revisions still fail to address critical comments from the HDC, all of which affect the appearance of this important historic home from Main Street, which we all treasure as a living museum. So I'll make my comments brief. As an initial matter, and as the HDC previously noted, the submitted plans don't show the changes against the existing historic structure, which makes it confusing to understand what is now being proposed. The elevations don't clearly show how the additions and other changes would be visible to those walking along Main Street.
That's fine.
Sorry, Kevin, I'm going to interrupt you only because we're having somebody else who's unmuted kind of interfering with your narrative.
I believe it was Anne, and I think she's muted now.
Okay, very good. Continue. Thank you.
Thank you. So just for efficiency, I'll highlight just a couple of the largest points that the HDC requested that the applicant remedy, but are still not addressed. So the north elevation, so facing Main Street, the side addition, which faces the street, has not been narrowed since the February 21st meeting. It is still nearly 15 feet wide, just as it was at the last meeting. So it is misleading to say right at the top of the list of revisions, if you scroll to item number 1 in the revisions, to say that it has been narrowed further. The last plan was rejected by the HDC, so it is irrelevant that there was once an even wider addition proposed back in last year's original submission. The fact is, it had not been reduced since the February 21st meeting. Is still too wide, when viewed from Main Street. So notably, even the plans state the addition will not appear to be similar from the publicly traveled way. At the last meeting, one of the applicant's representatives even confirmed that the applicant is willing to reduce the size of the addition, but the new plans don't reflect any reduction from the plans that were rejected at the 21st meeting. The plans do not provide sufficient information on their plan to replicate the historic foundation facing Main Street, that character defining feature. If in fact the HDC approves the request to make a replica rather than taking the preferred approach of restoration, the HDC noted that they will need assurances that it will be done properly and mock-ups for what it will actually look like, which has not been provided. In terms of the west elevation, also clearly visible from Main Street, as had been noted in the 21st meeting, the west addition is still too massive and has not been reduced since that meeting. As item number 3 on the applicant's revisions list states, the new addition will be over 20 feet, whereas the existing addition is only about 12 feet 8 inches. This represents an approximately 60% increase in width, all of which can be seen from one of Nantucket's most publicly traveled and historic ways. So lastly, I'd also like to quickly flag that the site plans are again misleading, as the 5th page of the PDF shows that the existing historic garage structure will be demoed, which this HDC has specifically denied. While I understand that the historic garage is on the rear portion of the recently subdivided lot, it would be helpful if updated site plans could be provided so that the HDC could have an accurate view of the significant changes being proposed to this historic property. I've only mentioned a couple items in an effort to keep this application's discussion to a minimum, given that there are sufficient grounds to deny it. The instructions were, to go back and listen to all the comments laid out by the HDC, but this didn't happen. Sadly, these plans don't appear to appreciate that the old historic district, particularly along Main Street, should be treated with special care so as to not disturb the historic streetscape. As always, we look to you to help guide the way, and I really appreciate your time. And thank you so much for doing this every single week.
Thank you, Kevin. Who's next? Show of hands, unmute. Don't be shy. Shall I take it to the board then?
Ray,
Yes.
Mr. Chair, it's Sarah Alger.
Hi,
I
Sarah.
just want to be really quick. I was kind of on the fence,
Sure,
but I just want to say on behalf of the owners at 124 Main that we're in full agreement with everything that was said by Mr. Rowland and Mr. Toth. I think they've really made the point very well, and I would leave those comments with you to act on.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I get my quick rebuttal here, just quickly?
Yeah, quick, very quick.
We have gone overboard compared to a lot of other projects in town that all of us have been involved with. To do what the board has asked us to do within this limited envelope that we're dealing with here without killing the house. And I object to the fact that 128 Main said we haven't done anything.
Hey, Linda.
It's just not right. And I object. I gotta make one quick comment about Mickey Rowland's comment about that front wall. The engineers have said that you pick up that house, that front wall is caving in. You can see through it. It is not stable. The minute that house comes off that foundation, everything's crumbling. And because he's never been in the house, we don't have a foundation halfway back. It's dirt 6 feet above the front part, which is where obviously the brick changes to rubble. It's not on the same plane. There is no floor there. It is dirt with pipes running through it when they ran the sewer and stuff through it. So there's gaps all over the place. That is not a stable foundation. You pick it up, the front wall's caving in. They've been very clear about that. Toscana's been very clear about that. So no, it cannot be braced in place because also there's no sill that's completely there anymore to put it on. So it has to come up, new sills put under it and dropped back down on a poured foundation all the way around it. And we will put the brick back on the front like we've done all over town with new foundations.
Linda. Thank you.
I'm just tired.
No.
I've got to tell you, I'm tired of it. And you know it.
Okay. Now I'm sure you'd like to hear from the people that will actually be voting on this project.
Yes, I hope so.
Okay, very good. So with that, why don't we turn it over to the board? Thank you, everyone, for your comments. I appreciate them. I'm sure the rest of the board does, so that we can make an informed decision or two here. All right. So once again, I'm sure that you all know who you are, but it's myself, Stephen, Diane, Abby, Val. Which one of you kind people would care to begin?
I'll
By the
go.
way, hold on, Mr. Chairman, the pictures.
Linda, you can't.
It was a separate attachment that you did not see at the beginning because it was in a separate scan.
What's
Of
that?
all the details, this whole separate scan is all the foundation, which you got over the weekend. But it's exactly the details and everything of every inch of the foundation inside and out that was in the separate scan that went out with you guys. And she's showing you
material
now.
is certainly familiar to me.
Okay.
I believe that it is familiar to the rest of the board as well. Okay.
So we didn't see it at the beginning of the meeting.
All right, but I mean, it's not like this was the first meeting on this project, so we have seen, extensive photographs of the foundation condition. All right, so was that you, Val?
Yeah,
Okay, after that, do you still want to start?
yeah.
Great, let's go.
I do appreciate the changes, but I have to say, and I think I've said it in the past, looking at the demolition plan, that this is not a restoration. It's really a reconstruction. And there's virtually nothing left of this house except for some walls in the corners, it looks like from what you're showing us. My concern about the foundation is I really do feel the front existing main mass should be rubble all the way around. There are some notations on different elevations that are a little confusing. For instance, the east had brick in the rear and rubble in
No,
the
front.
front, and now, but if you don't keep interrupting, mute her. It's not right, Linda, stop, please. It looks like it's swapped. It just swapped, the brick and the rubble swapped, as opposed to becoming all rubble, which the note says change to rubble, but then it's changed to brick in the front, which I think is a little unclear. And let's see, I appreciate the reduction in glass on the south. Again, on the west, I do think that whatever can be seen aside from where the porch is should be rubble. And the front door transom should have 5 panes like the historic one, which will also help and make those panes more vertical. That's what I have.
Okay, Val, thank you.
Can I just clarify for Val where that rubble and the brick are on the east? It is correct. It is brick, and the pictures show it brick halfway up now and rubble halfway towards the back of the existing structure. It is all rubble on the west, but it's all brick in the front, and that's what's existing, and that's the original foundation. I know he
Okay.
uses terminology that's confusing, but the
Okay.
east side, it is front brick all the way to the middle where the ridge is, and then it's rubble all the way back. That's the way it was constructed. That's the way it is now, and that's what we're willing to put back. If you want all the east side rubble, that's fine with us. We'll have enough to deal with that.
But your proposal is to basically put back the material that's in place currently.
Yes, to just put it all back.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
All right, Linda, great. Val, thanks for your comments. Who's next? And that's not addressed to you, Linda. It's addressed to the board members.
We can't keep doing the back and forth.
Right.
Yes.
See, now all my board members are afraid to step forward. Stephen.
No, I'm not afraid. I just wanted to give everybody an opportunity if somebody wanted to speak. I tend to like to do mop up. All right, let's start with some of the documentation. You know, I appreciate, I don't want this to be misconstrued, the extent to which Linda documents her applications and on behalf of others, but there's some confusing matters here. For instance, if we were to vote that the application were approvable, I'm not suggesting we are, but to make the point, there's 2 documents loaded under old business 21423. I presume that these were submitted by the applicant's agent. No offense, Linda, but they're both labeled House Rental Part 1. The second is labeled House Rental Part 2. They appear to be identical in terms of the overall contents on each of the pages.
Which ones? Which ones?
Linda, please do not interrupt me.
No, I didn't hear you. It went out for a second. I didn't
Linda?
write it down.
Please. 126 Main House Rental Part 1 and 126 Main House Rental Part 2. They appear to be the same documents. However, I don't have the time to comb through these to make sure they are. None of us do, frankly. So that's a concern for me. We have 2 documents. We don't know if there's any difference between them. The other, and they also don't, neither of them have the application page. Neither of them have a certification from the surveyor of the exterior height at the door threshold, front door threshold, and the finished first floor height. Those need to be cleaned up. All those elements need to be cleaned up for me, just procedurally. This is an important structure. I'm sure it will receive a lot of scrutiny after the fact, and that's not undue. But I think in our diligence, we need to have one set of documents that we're reviewing, and they need to have all the information. And I do believe I'm not trying to assess an unfair burden on the applicant, but there's been a lot of discussion about the front stoop, the door height, the door threshold height. I think it's incumbent upon us to request that we get a letter certifying what those are, and then we can refer to those if we decide to vote on an approval. In whole or in part, I think that's a bare minimum. And also the documents getting squared away, as I've just been mentioning. Okay, on to the elevations, please. Can we go to the front elevation?
North.
Zoom in. Okay, so here I have my primary concern. Well, my primary concern is that the foundation not be replaced if it's not necessary for it to be replaced. If it is necessary for it to be replaced, my primary consideration for this elevation and the other elevations is that it be replicated. I believe that replication, it's not a tall ask to have this documented more thoroughly than pictures from, different angles, different lighting. All of it can be, kind of debated after the fact. A simple model of this structure, which is not, unheard of, certainly. It happens all the time here on the island, I think is appropriate, a laser shot model.
We did.
Okay, so I think that information needs to be referenced. It needs to be validated through staff, or we have a preservation planner who can take a look at it, that it's sufficient detail to be useful, as opposed to, oh, we're just going to put brick back. I think that there's, whether the joint to the left of the window and the leftmost portion of the basement is a ½ an inch further left or further right when it's reinstalled is not my concern. But the overall pattern, texture, finish, location of the different materials relative to one another, those are valid, reasonable concerns if this is to be replicated. On the matter of replication, I did read through the 2 letters. Forgive me, Linda, it's been a while, through you, Mr. Chair. Are those from Toscana as a contractor, or is it an engineer, or both?
There's 2 engineer letters and Toscana's letter, so there are 3 letters in the file from 2 different engineers, and Toscana's letter was referencing getting under the building, trying to put a new foundation under it, their safety concerns, etc.
Please, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to reread those letters. I recall reading them, but again, it's been a while since we've reviewed this. I do recall asking that the addition to the west be shortened up. I believe it was stated during the hearing this evening that in one location in the narrative, it is stated as being shortened up, but in the drawings, it's not. Can I get a clarification, please, through Mr. Chair? Linda, has this been reduced?
We didn't so much reduce any more of the width because we'd gotten down to the width from 4 feet out further. You asked us to change the last time, asked us to change the eave height, which we did, and they asked us to bang the windows up underneath it, which we did. Then we narrowed it front to back. So it's only less than 2 feet, or just about 2 feet wider than the existing. And in front to back, it's about 7.5 feet longer because the one right there is too narrow. So overall, we've reduced it, but we were more concentrating on the fact that the eave heights had to split, even though it's 44 feet back, and the windows had to get smaller to bang up in the top of it. That's where we were last week or 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me, the west elevation, please. I'm sorry, I'm looking at it on my screen, which doesn't help. Maybe a little more fluid here. Okay, so my concerns are primarily addressed here. I think that a relatively atypical rocket ship type gable forward of the secondary mass is inappropriate. The drop of the eave is appropriate. I would prefer that the second floor be shortened up a little bit more, but again, from the back towards the front, maybe another foot. But again, this will be an oblique angle, so I'm not as concerned about that. The next elevation, please, south. Oh, other way.
Other way.
There you go.
Hang on.
I want to confirm through you, Mr. Chair, the applicant had stated that the underground portion is this inset or this is a window? No, this is a window well.
No, this is a
Right.
window well. The underground portion is on the west under that porch.
Yeah, sorry, that's the one I want to take a look at more closely.
That's
Here,
west.
I think generally this is, it's, it's a little over fenestrated, but in particular on that second floor deck. If I didn't mention that before, I meant to.
Yeah, we dropped it
John
from 2
McLaughlin said
doors.
everything's
Hang
visible.
on,
in the
Linda.
Yep.
Next elevation, please, east. So this is the one I had a question through, Mr. Chair, on. Linda, to set this up, when I look at the plan, I see a 3-foot wide stair. How much further back, how much further reset? What's the reset below grade where the window and door are located?
Go back to the one you were just on. That's where I was going to stop you there. On the south elevation, you can actually see it. Which is, yeah, see on the right side? That's how far back it's set right there.
Oh, so you're not saying the door and the window are set back below grade. You're saying that that wall itself is set back from the main structure.
It's kind of, the wall itself is flush, but I agree with Sarah that maybe baluster is better. I mean, it looks more normal than a.
Okay,
than a
whoa.
single wall.
Let me get to my own points. Thank you.
This is
Okay,
where
can
we're
we go-
coming into it.
Can we go back to the east? Okay, I misunderstood you to be saying that there is a rebate below grade where those window and door wouldn't be visible.
Yeah.
Mickey, I think, made the comment, and Sarah and some others seconded or supported it. I do think that concept of that shingle wall is probably going to be inappropriate. It's just going to be odd. And this is down the driveway and so on and so forth. So I'm okay with the idea of perhaps balusters.
Okay.
And I think that we touched on the chimney. I'd like to clarify in any further action the extent to which you believe, perhaps as a percentage, materials will be reclaimed and reused. Because although it says keep existing chimney, I believe the narrative indicates that it will be rebuilt to some extent. And I would like to have that pinned down.
Yeah, we're going to reuse it as much of the brick as we can save up there,
Linda.
but then otherwise,
Hey,
water stuff.
Linda.
I thought he asked me the question.
No, Linda, I'm just making a
Thank you,
comment
Miss
so I'm clear on what the expectation is.
I got it.
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
Stephen,
Thank you,
thank
Mr.
you. Now
Chair.
we're going to take a little bit of a break because I have Holly and Esme both had their hands raised. I don't see Esme anymore, but Holly, go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My reason for putting my hand up is the mention about laser scan. We actually received a laser scan with this original application back in March 15th, 2022. So we do have that on file. I'm not sure why it's not being included with all the different packets, but we do have it on the record. And it's pretty, Anton does it and does a really good job. I did mention that it would, be nice to have that included with the elevations to show the existing to the proposed, but we do have that on file.
Very good. Thank you, Holly. Esme, do you still have your hand raised? Does not.
I did, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to address one of the points that Vice Chair had done about the uploads on the website. This was my fault because I uploaded it on Friday and I thought I was uploading part 2 instead of the original.
okay.
So
Okay.
I will take blame for that, not the applicant.
Thanks.
Well, thank you, Esme. All right, so now we are down to, I have not heard from either Diane or Abby. Which one of you would care to go?
I don't have much to say. Shall I go, Diane? Okay, I
Why
take
don't
that
you
as a
have
yes.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at the east elevation, and if we could now go to the west. My point is that the east seems so much quieter, and the west is going to be the one that you'll see going down Main Street. And I was wondering if you can have, instead of having a gable forward on the second mass, if that would be so much quieter if you could just have an eave forward on that secondary mass going back. And
Abby,
No.
on the foundation,
Abby,
yes,
sorry. I think I need to address that. So it may be quieter as seen from the west, which is the side, but making that into an eave on the right-hand side would create a gable that was facing Main Street. You know, you can't have it
right,
even on both sides, or else you have a hipped roof, which is inappropriate to the structure. I just felt like I needed to point that out.
yeah, and there's an inset there. So I'm not sure how to do it, but it seems that if we could somehow quiet down that west side, because that is the one we will see from Main Street coming down. And I think it is because of the gable that has a slight rocket ship going on, but I don't know how to address that architecturally. So, I mean, structurally, so I don't know how to advise you there, but I'm just saying that this seems a lot, has a lot going on, you know, lots of fenestration and so forth. As to the foundation, I was wondering, it's painted now, is that correct?
Yeah, so the rubble on the, through you, Mr. Chair, the rubble on the west is not painted.
Correct.
The entire length, including the rubble on the east, is painted, and the entire front is painted. So just this rubble on the west side is not painted.
And is the intention to, it sounds like you're going to restore it as it is brick or whether it's rubble, but then it will be painted?
Well, that was sort of up to, through you, Mr. Chair, it was up to you, because months ago, somebody said we shouldn't repaint it. And then if we're gonna do it the way it's been all along, it was painted, so it's Quaker gray at the moment. And that was, we were leaving whether to paint it or not paint it up to you guys. I mean, it's painted now, it's been painted for 100 years, so it's up to you.
So my opinion on that is because it's two different materials, but you're restoring it as it exists. So, I mean, that's a good thing, but it's going to read as two different materials. So that might be a little noisy again. So I'm not sure about that Quaker gray because it looks really hot, but I would do maybe a Nantucket gray or something that is more like a mortar and stone. And I think it would be better painted, but,
Okay.
and then I noticed on the original photograph of the turn of the century that the windows were 2/2s and now they're 6/6s. Are any of those windows on the front of the house that how old are those 6/6s, and what will they be in its final iteration? What are you?
6/6s, that's replaced as they are, through Mr. Chair, the place the 6/6s as they are now. As Hollis stated in his letter to you guys some months ago, there is no original window left. They were changed out to 6/6 long time ago. So we're just going to go back to the 6/6s rather than try to figure out who was 2/2, because when they replaced the windows on the west, they went to 6/6 back then also. That
Right, so I'm
original
just
picture
saying-
shows new windows in there too.
Okay.
My question is, how old are those 6/6s on the front of the building? Do we know the age of that?
No, he said they're more modern than anything else, through you, Mr. Chair, and they're the same age as the other ones.
And this new Norwood TDL window is what will be consistent throughout
Yes.
the house now.
And they have a Nantucket profile which is really a positive thing.
Okay. Let me just check my list here. Yeah, I just agreed with on that east side about the shingled railing being have spindles.
Got it.
That's all I have. Thanks.
Okay,
Thank
Abby,
you.
thank you very much. Diane?
Yeah, I feel that what we've heard from Holly and from Mickey are important. It's too much to try and restate now, but this is an old house, 1750. I think that I'm not sure what houses had as 6 over 6s or 2 over 2s in that far back. I keep mentioning my house because it is 1835 it was built, and I think back then it may very well have had 2 over 2s, and when they did something more or the captain got back or whatever, they changed a lot of it to 6 over 6s. But on one whole side of the house we have 2 over 2s. The house side of the house that faces down Fayette Street is all 2 over 2. So it's an old mixture of houses. I also asked, and I'll do it again because I think it's important that we get a letter from a different engineer than Nantucket engineers to say that the foundation cannot be redone without lifting the house. I think lifting the house is going to shake the whole thing, and it needs not to be that disturbed and put under that stress. I appreciate the changes that some of them that have been done. I did want to mention, which Mickey mentioned, and it's a good thing. I checked it out that the French doors, the 12, have a kick panel, not a kick plate. Panel being heavier, thicker, and will fit in better with the doors not looking so modern. I would like a letter or somebody from some other place in this country that says that it's impossible to do this foundation without lifting the building. I think it would be worth it to substantiate what has been done and to keep the building as original as we can. I think Abby is right on the west elevation. It's very busy, and they really weren't that busy as a historic building. And I don't know whether I heard Holly say our new certification, is it historic or different? Where are we told? Holly knows. And for the time being, I agree with what has been said as to trying to keep this building as original as it can be without picking it all apart. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. So I'm going to do my easy stuff first. Agree with Mickey and company on the shingled rail on the east side. That should go to a just open baluster. It's much more historically appropriate. Also agree with Mickey and his group on the door details. They need some serious work. Clearly there are door types out here that are acceptable, the kick panel, that's all easy stuff. Now, I want to get to what has and remains the crux of this whole thing, and that is the foundation. To Diane's point just now, you're not going to find an engineer. I'm in this business. You will we have a little expression around our office, and the expression with regard to engineers is engineers do not design based on structural ability. Engineers design based on liability. So if an engineer comes in and says, hey, keep the foundation just the way it is, and you can, rebuild it from the back and, cobble it together. If an engineer says that and puts his stamp on it and the thing collapses, guess who gets sued? The engineer. So you're not going to find an engineer, not in the United States and maybe not even in the world, who's going to say, I'm going to stamp this foundation and say that it's just fine the way that it is. You won't find that. Nobody. And so with that, I'm trying to look ahead to a more pragmatic way, because this is not going to be an isolated case. This is going to be something that this board is going to face for the next 100 years of its existence, because we've got buildings that are all sort of reaching this level of maturity. Something we have to have a practical way of dealing with foundations that keeps the historic character of the foundation, but allows the building to sit on a proper foundation and have all that be done safely and responsibly. And what I have said before, and what I keep getting back to, is we need to have assurances that the visual part of the stone and the brick is going to look like it looks now. Does that mean use exactly the same stones in exactly the same locations? No, I don't think that's really possible to do. But there was a way of doing a rubble foundation that is completely different from the way that they did the foundation over at the 1800 house, which I will continue to reference as an example of what not to do. There are also brick foundations where you use a certain kind of brick with a certain kind of mortar joint that looks modern. It doesn't take into account historical precedent. I think these are the visual aspects of what we have to deal with. And a mock-up, and I'm sorry, I forget his name, but the neighbor who talked about the idea of the mock-up, I think it's premature, but I do believe that in order to move this forward, there has to be a certain degree of on-site empirical stuff that we can review and say appropriate, not appropriate. Change the grout, the mortar joints, change this, change that. And so I really believe that, interestingly, the wooden, the shingle, the architecture, the trim piece is easy because we know how that's all done. It's been done the same way for hundreds of years. So that's the easy part. The difficult part is the foundation, because it is very subjective about, very subjective and very difficult to get the right person doing the right job so that it looks like it was done 200 years ago. So I don't know what the answer is. I keep thinking about it, but I would just love to just throw out there the idea of doing mock-ups where we as a board can go out and look and say, whoever did that did a good job, or whoever did that should, make the mortar joint smaller, whatever. But I really think that the responsible thing to do here is to do a new proper foundation behind all that, and veneer, not the typical way of veneering where you're just adding like flat stones, actually having a backing of concrete behind all of the real rubble stone and the real historic brick. So those are my comments. What shall we do, folks?
Motion to hold for revisions.
Okay, hopefully that was
What kind? I need to
um,
know what revisions.
No, you have notes.
No, I don't. And what,
Well,
because I've
well-
got all this conflicting information here.
well,
I know
I'm
the
not
window
sure that a lot
schedule.
of it is conflicting. A lot of it is consistent. And I think that you and Chip should discuss the idea of, maybe putting up some mock-ups of this stuff so that the board and frankly, all the people that are concerned about the foundation can look at it and vet it And
Well, we're gonna use the same stones that we're taking off, like we did use the same stones over on 65. We're gonna use the same stones, so I don't want to rip anything off this
well, okay,
building.
listen, take some similar stones that aren't holding up the building right now and compose them in such a way on a little plinth. And I've done this, many, many times. And you do a mock-up and you just have people look at it. I mean, I'm just offering this up as a suggestion because
Just the rubble part though, not the brick.
Linda, I do agree that a lot was said by way of criticism, and it's like a variation on design at the table. None of us, including myself, has come up with a really definitive way of approaching the whole idea of the foundation and what to do. So we're looking to you and Chip to be able to say, okay, we're going to put together this mock-up for you and we want you to take a look at it and let us know what you think.
Of the bricks or just the rubble?
Oh, no, both. Because
Okay.
the bricks are less subjective.
That's easy.
But
Yeah, that's easy.
No, I would not say easy. Look at the bricks. Look at the bricks on a 200-year-old foundation and look at the bricks on something that's built brand new. And it's so easy to tell the difference. The mortar joints, the type of bricks that are used, So we're going to have to throw that one back into your court. So Stevens has his hand up. Linda, you still have your hand up. You've been talking. So Stephen, go.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just want to follow up on your point about replication and techniques. We can request, it's my belief that we can request, using the analogy of antique nails, iron cut nails. It's not our place to tell them what hammer to use or how to use it. But then again, it is our place to tell them what we want the final piece to look like.
Right.
And with that in mind, I think that the laser imagery is what we want to see. And then that's not only a reference, not to discount the concept of mock-ups, but that's also a reference for the finished product after the fact. 6 months, a year from now, if this were approved, we have a digital representation. The laser creates depth. It can be manipulated in 3D. So I don't want to discount the concept of our utilizing that and saying, hey, it needs to look like this. Now, it doesn't need to look like this in terms of, as I said before, every joint needs to be within an inch of where it is now. But the texture, the character, depth, all these types of qualities that determine the aesthetic can be determined by viewing the laser imagery. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Okay.
As opposed to, Mr. Chairman, as opposed to a mock-up, look at the lasers are very, very specific. I mean, really specific.
If I may, Mr. Chair,
go.
Just on the concept of what to do next, I think we need to see the laser image. I think we need to see the, in particular, with respect to the foundation, in a viewer, in a public meeting, at the next hearing. We're focused on the foundation. I think the open matter there is, how do we determine what it will look like later? And I think that we all need a level of comfort based on some familiarity of using that type of a model in real time. With respect to the architectural elements, I would just suggest, Linda, you're a researcher, you've got some notes, but just canvass this meeting, pick out the salient points and incorporate it in the drawings and take it from there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Right.
Mr. Chair, one comment to settle Diane and Abby's concern about the west. That porch is already there. There's a double French doors with 2 large flanking windows. We're taking that out. We're actually simplifying the west elevation. That is what it looks pretty much like right now, except for the rocket ship. But the windows are pretty much the same. We're adding 1 window, but we're taking out the double French doors and another window. So we're actually not getting fluffy on the west side.
Okay. All right. Now, gosh, somewhere back in there, I believe there was a motion for some revisions. It seems to me that there aren't a massive number of revisions that need to be made, but I think that in terms of Stevens, there should be revisions plus the later stuff, which apparently we already have on file, but I would like to focus in on that at the next.
Can we come back next week again, not 6 weeks from now?
I was gonna, listen.
Is that where we're going?
I sound like a masochist even, proposing that, but I'd just as soon get this like off and running, and just have it done with. So what's the pleasure of the board?
Well, I made a suggestion to hold for revisions, but that would probably be mostly about the foundation and some minor revisions to the architecture.
So let me go take it a step further. Linda has requested, and I actually considered this idea of just having it on for the next old business. And if they're able to get their stuff together for us in that amount of time, is that amenable to you?
Me?
Yeah.
Sure.
You as being the sponsor.
Oh,
of
the sponsor. Yes, I will sponsor that.
Okay,
motion.
all right. Stephen's got his hand up. He's concerned. Yes, go, Stephen.
No, actually, I support the concept. I just wanted to state why.
Okay.
Could be perceived as kind of unfair to advance it above others, but this is a complex application. We have spent a lot of time on it, not just at this meeting, but in prior meetings. And a good portion of that ends up being, I think, not by intention, but there's a certain amount of redundancy because we're getting reacquainted or we're revisiting minutes and revisiting discussions we previously had. So I support the idea of having this next week. Thank you.
Okay. Well, that's good to hear. Okay. So Abby has made a motion for some revisions and for the laser imagery to, be presented in the package and that for to be up on the next old business cycle. Let's see, I got to do my, my voice vote. So Val's gone.
I think she went to sleep on this one.
Probably. Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, dear. Stephen.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
Val, are you there? Poor Val.
A question for you, Mr. Chairman. You've
No,
taken the vote.
I want to find Val. I want to get this over.
I don't know where Val is. Oh, I see Val. She's waving.
All right, she's waving yes.
Yes.
Oh, there she is. Okay, so that's Val, and I'm in favor, so that motion carries. Okay, so
I have a scheduling issue next Tuesday at 5 o'clock. If we can put this at the beginning, we can get it over with, because I have to meet with this joint meeting with the Concom and the Board of Selectmen over SBPF at 5 o'clock. Same building, but upstairs.
well, I don't, staff, please note that because I really don't know enough about scheduling for next week to know whether like that, what that means. So we'll do what we can. Okay, Linda.
Okay.
All right. Now we're on.
I'd rather have my teeth pulled out than go upstairs.
The fun never stops because we're
Nope.
still at 126 Main, and this time we're going to be talking about a driveway.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, good.
We can now.
Okay.
So let's go to the drive, same board.
Oh, just so you stay on this picture for a second, Mr. Chairman, you see the benchmark on this, this is the plan. You see the benchmark on the top?
Do you see the
Yep.
bench?
Yeah, that's where he's going to pull the benchmark because that's a permanent fixture over there. That's where he's going to pull the benchmark for the front of the house is right there. And we also have a telephone pole to the right. So I will get the threshold tagged for next week. It was suggested that I put all the pictures in of the other driveways. Most of them are solid brick. You can get 2 cars in many of them all over the area. I put all those plans in last week that we'd be one of the only ones without a driveway. Aside from the fact that we wanted 2 little 7 by 17 spaces, it could be 1 space that's 14 feet wide. The only reason we showed 2 spaces is because we know if we have to go to the selectmen, because we're taking a 20-foot space off the street for a 14-foot driveway, that they're gonna make me put 2 spaces in, so we're showing 2 spaces, but otherwise it can be just one thing of cobble and grass of 14 feet wide, and hopefully the selectmen will accept that as 2 spaces. But otherwise, it's no bigger, that's no bigger than a lot of them, a majority of them, frankly, that measure 14 feet wide, but are 1 space. We're just showing 2 spaces because we know we're gonna have to do that at the selectmen's meeting. Otherwise, it's just 1 space with cobble and grass. And for your purposes, it's no wider than 90% of them on Main Street and on Milk Street and on Vestal Street, et cetera, et cetera. Because
Okay,
I've gone all over hell measuring them. Just don't get caught up in the 2 spaces. We've got cobble. I know it looks like Belgian block, but that's all his CAD system would do. It's it's cobblestone with grass up the middle. The picture just below this is what we're doing, and they're all over the place.
okay.
Not so much up there. They're mostly brick, but we'll go with the cobble because it's a little bit more of an antique thing. But if you want to go down to the picture below this, you can see what
Looks
it
like
is.
the Brooklyn Bridge. Hey, what
At
do
the
you?
moment,
what's
yes.
in The photo?
Can we go down one picture here? There it
Okay.
is.
Yep.
They don't have much grass there, but they did at one point.
Yeah, okay. All right, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate the photos included, appreciate the changes to the driveway configuration with the grass strip. I think that's very helpful and in keeping. I would notate that since the brick sidewalk and the brick apron, having the cobble introduced is a little, I think, a much. And I would think that just the brick would be more appropriate. But I'll leave that all to you all. But this configuration is much more appropriate, in my opinion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks a lot. Mickey, anything?
Yeah, so, the driveway is still too wide. Nearly every other curb cut on Upper Main Street is 1 car wide. Probably the one you just had on the screen is less than 14 feet, I would guess. This matters because parked cars should not dominate the side yards in town. It detracts from the character of the neighborhood. 1 car is enough, and no cars would even be better. Thanks.
I would
I
like
object to that
Mickey, as a
again,
general-
as usual.
Yeah,
I object
Mickey,
to it.
I would love that to be a general statement for the island.
Yeah.
1 car is good, no cars is better. So thanks, Mickey. Anybody else in the audience who wants to speak on this application? Mr. Toth, your turn. Unmute.
There we go.
There we go.
All right, thank you. Hello, this is Kevin Toth again. I'll keep my comments brief. So for anyone who is able to attend or watch the January 10th meeting or reviewed those minutes, you'll see that the HDC's motion was to hold for a letter from town, from a town official on the minimum required parking, both in size and number. It's now been over 2 months since that meeting and no such letter has been provided. So why hasn't a letter been provided there? The reason why no letter has been, submitted in the past 2 months since the HDC requested one is that there's no required minimum parking area for this historic property. Hence, this is all unnecessary and frankly a waste of everyone's precious time. In addition, there's no reason why the existing driveway on the other side of the house, which has always been used by 126 Main Street, cannot be continued to use. Even though that property has sadly been, voluntarily subdivided. Many homes along Main Street share a driveway via an easement. For example, our family's home shares a driveway with our neighbors at 130 Main Street and the cottage behind it. 126 and its rear lot, still have the same underlying owner, so this problem could be remedied without destroying the lovely side yard and endangering an important town elm tree. So accordingly, given that the minimizing, curb cuts is a priority in the old historic district, particularly along the very public and heavily traveled way of Main Street, we strongly hope that this new curb cut for a double wide parking area, which is a whopping 18 feet at the apron as reflected on page 2 of the PDF, will be denied since there's no minimum parking required for this historic property. More importantly, the applicant has failed to submit any letter from a town official to the contrary, even though the HDC had made clear in its January 10th motion that the applicant would need to obtain such guidance in order to move forward with this plan. Thank you so much for your time. Really greatly appreciate your commitment to maintaining our historic streetscapes.
Thank you.
Might I clarify before we move on, Mr. Chairman?
Very
Clearly,
brief.
he missed that meeting.
What?
The town officials aren't going to write a letter about something. I explained in detail that because it's a 4181L, we don't have any rights in that left-hand driveway anymore, and that's the way it is. In detail, no parking is required for this property
Correct.
because it's grandfathered.
Right.
We are asking for a driveway like every other house has all over town, very rarely in town. And we've been over this before when I went after the parking up on New Mill Street, that if you can put parking in, people put parking in. And I have many pictures in this grouping as well as in the previous submission showing clearly double wides at 22 feet wide. This is not a double wide. A double wide is 9 and 9. And with a flare at the street of like 22 feet. The flare at the street is required for
No.
curbing, but the actual driveway is 14 feet wide. And that is
Understood.
not an atypical size. So there's no letter coming from anybody because there's no requirement from the planning board or the zoning board for a driveway. So, but they did say that you can put 2 7x17s in there because there's no requirement for it to be the
Okay.
9x20.
Linda.
So that's why there's no
thank
letter.
you.
And we
Thank
explained
you
that
for
in
the-
detail.
Thank you for the
already.
clarification. Thank you. Sarah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Mr. Rowland and Mr. Toth. There's no need for this driveway. I don't think you should even approve it, changing the cobble and making it narrower. I think you should deny this. They voluntarily cut off their driveway when they did their 81L. They don't need to have a driveway. They're not required to have parking. And I think it's really unfortunate to turn the yards of historic structures along this part of Main Street into parking lots for cars when there's parking on the street. Let's not have another driveway. It's just too much. And I would ask you to deny it.
Thank you, Sarah. Okay, I think it's time for the board. Who would like to begin?
I'll begin if you want.
Thank you, Diane.
I am with Sarah, but there's nothing that says they have to have a parking space. I think it's ugly in the front of the house. We've gone to such extremes to keep the house original and this historic and a little hysteric. And I would say, don't put one in. Let them park out on the street. We're taking a 20-foot space away and do as many other houses along the way do. They don't park. There was a perfectly good driveway on the other side, on the left-hand side, west side of the house, but they didn't think of that. And if you look at the front of the house, I think you will perhaps agree that it doesn't add anything to the front facade of the house. That's it. That's
Okay.
it for me.
Diane, thank you. Who's next? Come on, folks.
I'll go.
Mike, you need to pick somebody?
I'll go.
Oh, thank you.
I've always, since I was a young kid, I've always been a big fan of magic tricks.
I
I think
can't
if you
wait.
can take a 20-foot car and you can turn it into 8 feet width in order to have one of the benefits being seeing more of a historic structure, I don't have a concern about it. And what I mean by that specifically is that if one car were put in here, it would be approximately, well, it'd be less than 8 feet wide, but the parking space would be 8 feet wide. Whereas now a 20-foot car or the better part of 20 foot, is parked in front of the structure and obstructs the view of the historic structure. That may be
Oh, I
contrary
see.
to what,
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
maybe contrary to what other people believe, but I think the more of these homes we can see, the better. I do agree that a 2-car width is inappropriate. I'd like to reference the image of the 139 Main Street, which I think is the Gardner Perry house.
Those are all 12 feet, by the way, if not larger.
Keep going. Yeah, there it is.
Which
So
one?
basically what you have, nope, the lower one. Yep. Zoom out on that, would you?
That's the only one like that.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Let's.
And I'm not married to the material for the runway for the car tires. But I think something, the concept for me here is what's appropriate is trying to limit the presence of a driveway when the car is not there. Because again, we want to promote the sense of what is in fact a semi-public place. And what I mean by that is on Nantucket and any of these urban areas who have a yard front, you have your sidewalk, which is a public space. You have your front yard, which tends to be a semi-private space because it can be seen, and it transitions to the private space, which is your home. And I think this type of a driveway de-emphasizes the hardscape, obviously, by its nature, but it also de-emphasizes the fact that it allows it to blend into the yard space. And I think it de-emphasizes the fact that it's a separate use, and it more naturally flows as this kind of semi public, semi-private space. So I think it would be appropriate to have this type of a treatment. Again, whether it's native stone, cobble, I don't really know specifically what I would suggest. I haven't given it a ton of thought, but I think this is the type of treatment I think one car with. And that is preferably closer to the front door so as to preclude parking in front of the structure. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Excuse me.
The normal space is 9 feet wide, by the way, not 8.
Yeah, well, the zoning code requirement, but a vehicle is typically 7.5 feet wide unless you got a pickup truck.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about.
Hang on, Linda. Okay, Stephen, you've spoken your piece.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
I can go.
Okay, thanks.
I'd like to look, first of all, I'm so in favor, if there's going to be a driveway, this is the look I'd like to see on a really old house. And it looks like it's brick, which to Holly's point, coming off the apron and the sidewalk would keep the same material, keep that quiet.
Okay.
I think if there's to be one, this would be the route to go, and just a single one. I was wondering I wanted to go back to the hardscaping to see what was intended along the road or anywhere else on the. So there's no privet going along Main Street or anything like that, just the tree.
Not at the moment. Not at the moment, Abby. There was privet all across there, but we took it all down because it was like impacting the tree. Dale wanted to get at the tree and check the tree, and then he took it down.
Okay, so nothing else. We're not looking at any other hardscaping, just the driveway?
Yeah.
Just, yeah, for now, yeah.
Okay.
Patio in the back eventually.
Let's let Abby continue.
Right, no, I'm really done. I just think a single thing that was on that house on Upper Main there. I think I know it. It's just, it would just blend in, and if there has to be one, that would be the way to go. Otherwise, I'd say no driveway, just because we're spending so much time on this historic house. We really want to see it. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Abby, thank you so much. Let's see. So Val, I believe it's to you, right?
Yeah. I really hadn't thought of it, so I thank Stephen for pointing that out. I just went back through the pictures and it's really true. Most of the driveways, the car is parked in the lot, not hanging out over onto the street, even though you have to back out onto the street. So I think that was really observant. If it was one space wide
Okay.
and the farther, maybe split the difference from where it is now so that there's some more vegetation on both sides.
Okay.
I think I could be amenable to that.
Val, are you okay with the brick
Hey,
instead of the cobble?
Linda, stop. Val, continue.
I really haven't thought too much. I like the idea of the grass with the brick in it. I think that makes it kind of go away. But I see what most people think.
Well, the most people have already spoken, so you only get to hear what I have to say now. So thank you, Val. So Stephen's comments actually reminded me of something, and I'm going to tell you all what my absolute favorite street in downtown Nantucket is. Darling Street. And the reason that Darling Street is an absolutely perfect, wonderful, beautiful, priceless street is because they don't allow any parking on either side of the street.
Okay.
Every single house on Darling Street has its own parking on the side of the house. And as a result, all the cars are pulled off of the street so that when you drive down Darling Street or walk down Darling Street, what you experience is something that, we've been arguing about this, we're going to have a yard that has a car in it or whatever, which is the truth, of course. But on Darling Street, there's plenty of cars, but they're sort of like parked alongside of the houses. And what you get is you get a street with trees and a sidewalk and no damn cars, nothing. And so now all of a sudden I think, like, what would it be like if nobody could park on Main Street? What would the experience be like? The experience would be like driving down a big Darling Street, and you get to see the house in toto. You don't get to see the house with a car or 3 cars or 5 cars parked in front of it. You see the entire house. And so all of a sudden, when Stephen mentioned this whole thing about, like, hey, we're not adding a parking space, we're taking one that's on the street and we're moving it elsewhere, really. And so tacit in my statement is that I would certainly prefer to see one space, and I would certainly prefer to see it very downplayed and less formal, like the example that we saw on Main Street. I forget the name of the house. I should remember it. But
136.
yeah, just really understated. There it is, just a couple of little things coming off the street. And what we get in exchange for doing that is not having to see a car parked right in front of the house. So that's my view. Anyway, so what's the pleasure of the board on this one?
9 by 17 brick and grass.
Linda, is that your motion?
That's my motion. One space.
I think also to Val's point is that I would like to have it further away from the house. So if we're doing a single, I would do the one that's closer to the elm tree. Because then you could put, all that beautiful foundation we're going to expose. You could put some vegetation there and soften that.
Okay, let's center it. Val said center it. That works.
Yeah.
Can we have some discussion on that?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because there seems to be a motion being crafted without complete input. So go, Stephen.
Yeah, my concern would be the further you move that away from the front steps, the more likely you are to create 2 parking spaces in front of the house. And when I mean by saying 2 parking spaces, I mean on Main Street, parallel to Main Street. So I would prefer to keep it close to the house. I personally love the rubble foundation. We spent a lot of time on it, and I'm not as concerned about that showing. Maybe some vinca minor, some low growing ground cover can be between the, the parking area and the foundation, or it could just be grass as shown in the image of the 139 Main Street. Just my thoughts
Okay.
on it.
Okay.
I know Dale would like us to get as far away from the tree as possible.
Of
Yeah,
course.
that's true.
Yeah. All right, so let's see, was somebody crafting a motion or were we just?
I'll try.
All right, so give it a
I'll
try.
try. I think we're going for where it says 17 feet.
Yes,
Would everybody be amicable with that as the center of the single driveway?
oh, like basically put it right down the middle of where it's double now,
Right.
right?
I think Steve was looking at that right-hand side, the right side here. I think he was looking at it starting there, which would put that 17 feet sort of on the left side.
Okay, all right, let's take this 7 foot closest to the house, make that 9 feet wide for a single
Okay.
parking with, well, I'm
Brick
for
and
brick,
grass.
just
Hang
two
on.
strips. Sorry, just 2 strips of brick as for the tires and to replicate, what was it, 136 Main?
139.
139 Main.
Okay.
And the depth, I guess the depth is, it doesn't have it, 17.
17 feet. off the
17, yeah.
property.
Okay, 9 by 17 in that closest to the house.
Okay.
Okay,
Got
that's my motion.
That is the motion. Let's see where it goes. So
I'd
that's,
like this second for purposes of discussion.
yeah, go.
I just want to point out, because we're doing 2 tracks, the engineering tracking requirements or standards for cars in the US are typically between 5 and 6 feet. So a 9-foot width could be misconstrued. I'm not saying Linda's going to make it a 9-foot separation, but the track, I think, is what we would focus on, the width of the track.
We're getting pretty technical. I was
Well,
just.
I know, but
No,
this
no,
is,
no, hang
if
on.
we're gonna have this discussion, I don't want to have it go sideways, that's all.
Well,
Right.
if I limit it to 9 feet wide.
Well, 9 feet,
There's not a
sorry,
lot
I'll
of
let you
wiggle
finish.
room for,
well, Abby, my point is it's 3 feet wider than the typical tracks of a car. More than 3 feet. 9 feet. So I would just suggest that we modify it, that the tracks would be located not wider than the typical width of a car.
yeah, that, well,
Right.
that is, I think that, okay.
Yeah.
If that's not understood, I'll add that to my motion.
Yeah, no, we got that.
I think you've got it, Linda.
What is that
Yeah.
magic number?
Do you want me to go out and measure my
No, no,
car?
Abby, hang on.
You just say typical, I mean, you're gonna be referencing it. I don't think we need to name a standard, but to me, a 9-foot wide driveway indicates a 9-foot wide driveway, whereas the tracks being the typical width of a car track is,
less
they
than
can
that.
reference the engineering standard. Bracken is gonna know it. They use it to determine their swings
All right.
for vehicles, for parking, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, Bracken will know what he's doing with this one.
Hey, so Abby,
Yeah,
that's
I
gonna
say-
be your motion?
it is. And that's off a Range Rover. No, I guess it's.
Which model? I'm just kidding. Okay, so we're gonna put that to a vote.
Smart car.
Okay, so that was Abby's motion. On that motion, Diane,
Aye.
very good. Stephen?
Aye.
Yes, Val,
I,
here we go. And Abby on your motion?
I,
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Thank
And
you.
Mr. Chair, that's
Guys,
through
We'll
staff.
see you next week with those guys.
That is through staff. Yeah, exactly, right.
Got it.
Okay, thank you. And now, so continuing on the Linda track for a little while, let's travel now down to 6 and 8 North Beach. in our.
Which is not in the old historic district,
In our Range Rover.
period. Okay,
Old Welch, Coombs, Camp Oliver. Lucky us.
lucky you.
We've got
I gotta
the
find my
next 20
notes
applications.
now. They're all the way back
Okay.
here.
So,
Hold on. Looking for my notes. Oh, yay. I guess they'll pull it up shortly here.
Are we gonna
Okay.
have a quick break at some point? It's
Yeah, you
7.
might as well break after these guys because then you get into Mariner Way.
well, we do have Wall Street in between.
Yeah.
Um,
Jesse was coming. Is Jesse here?
Jesse is here.
Okay,
Yeah.
he got lost in the Stop and Shop, like we all are lately.
Okay, let's go here. So it sounds like and you know, Abby, if you need to take a break, we do have alternates on these and.
I'd
frankly-
rather stay with the original board if I might,
Okay, well,
because I don't think we're too far away from getting an approval and I don't want to start over
let's just get into this. Let's go.
somewhere. It's coming, I guess.
It is, bear with me. As you know, we're all zooming from home, so I'm having a little bit delay reaction here on the computer.
No problem.
I know we all like to be at home, but it was sort of getting used to being in the building because it sort of, gave a little bit more intimacy. And by the way, Stephen, we normally don't put the application page back in on revisions, just the minutes. That's not normal to put the application page in. I just got caught sort of unawares that you wanted that back in.
Yeah,
Okay.
I always want to see what we're approving.
Okay. That's so tiny. Okay.
I'm happy to run through the revisions if you wanted me to cue that up and then you can join in.
Yeah, I'm just gonna sort of open this up. We listened to what you had to say, and so we also put in behind this one, we put the hardscape in. So you can see the plantings where the fences are going, things like that. So I'll leave it to TJ, but we did listen to, we reduced the length, we changed the pitches, reduced the height. We did put the screening plan in, we took the barn board off, the French doors were reduced. The trim is natural to weather to match the other buildings. The windows are sand tone to match the other buildings, and batten doors took the cross brace off. But I will leave the rest up to TJ to explain it in more detail.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Linda. I'll try to get through this succinctly. I know that you all have been on for a few hours, so I'll do what I can. But yes, we did listen to the comments from the last hearing about a month ago, and we have taken those into serious consideration. We've made the adjustments for a number of different things. I'll run through them. One of them, obviously, that we heard that the width of the building was a concern, as just in regards to how close it got to the other buildings. So we actually reduced each side by just over 1.5 feet. So we're over 3 feet narrower than we were the last time. One other big, kind of comment that came out of it, and we reviewed, would be the pitches on the main roof. We have revised the pitch to be symmetrical. And so those are both a 10 and 12 pitch, which required us, and this was also a comment that came out of the last discussion, was a shed dormer to match the front of the building on the back, so that the front and rear look a little more similar at the upper elevation. We did revise, we removed the vertical boards that were previously proposed on the front of the building on the main portion of the structure, and have just added cedar shingles. And just to, again, to comment, all the cedar and the trim will all be natural. And then we revised the main entrance, had been shown to be a 3-panel nano wall. We revised that to be 2 French doors with side lights. And then as mentioned, Linda mentioned, we also removed the battens, as it was called out to be not accurate. So we removed the battens from the doors, or the crossbucks. I'm sorry, the crossbucks from the doors on the batten doors on front of the building.
I'm gonna just say something. It still looks like you picture framed them, those doors. You know, they should just be vertical board. I'm speaking ahead of, way out of turn, but you know.
Which doors are you talking about? The battens on both sides?
Yeah,
They're on a
yeah,
track.
I
They're on a
mean-
track to close.
No, I understand, but like they're usually like those things are just vertical boards. There's no like picture frame around them. Anyway,
see it.
that's a detail. So
Can we stay here one more time, Mr. Chairman? Go to the east elevation, I guess. And that is the elevation you see from, partially see, because it's behind 6 and in between 6 and 8. That's the elevation that if you're actually in the property, you would see it from North Beach Street. But you only see like the portion from the right to the right. You don't see that whole left side because it's couched behind 6, the big building in front, which is 6 North Beach, which is part of the same project there.
fine. So is this in the OHD?
No.
Okay.
I have comments.
You do, Holly?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chair.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So just want to make a point again that this is the Brant Point, or the Brant complex, the former Kaiser family, 4 North Beach, circa 1987, non-contributing, 6 North Beach, circa 1947, contributing, and 8 North Beach, a non-contributing. And this guest house is a part of the complex. Would have to follow our resilient Nantucket design guidelines for chapter 11 for new construction, and would want to see the clear elevation for FEMA, because this is in FEMA AE7 zone infill. We still need that engineered letter with a ferment map as required with your review. Appreciate the requested changes that the commission asked for, and appreciate still being able to see its complex, its arrangement with the other structures. Appreciate the colored renderings of the view into the courtyard. I do still think that there is a concern on the visibility of the proposed pool, but we'll be discussing that further on the other application. The windows in the dormer on the front and rear elevation. I don't remember what side that is.
I think it's north and south, I
North
think.
and south, yeah. I think that the windows could be pushed up into the eave as typically seen, and eliminate that separate trim and reduce that size. It almost seems that the dormer itself could be dropped a little bit, but it's hard to tell in these renderings. And then was the site staked as requested? That was part of the last review. I didn't know if that was done or not. I didn't see anything in the application to mention that as such. But so those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Holly.
It was staked, Mr. Chairman. It was staked before school vacation. I think it sort of got lost in translation there, but I believe the stakes are still up, and they were colored a different color because you wanted a different color.
Okay, thank you, Linda. Okay, this is the same board that we've had for the last several applications. So who wants to start on this one?
Ray?
Oh, Mickey, yes.
I object to his comments on the record.
Oh, cool.
Okay, thank you. So the massing of this Cape style building is too tall and out of scale. The plate height should drop 2 or 3 feet all around. It looks like there's kind of probably a pretty tall ceiling on the first floor that could be reduced. The side gables are very inappropriate. The ridges should run parallel to the main ridge. And this could be accomplished. It's doable. I know this would work by having using a broken back salt box configuration for those side roofs. That would reduce the plate heights. also. The 8-foot tall French doors on the front are too tall. They should be 7 feet max. And the, also the side gables should also be set back from the main front facade a couple feet. So it's never appropriate to have a side additive mass to be flush with the front wall. And the huge elevated deck is not appropriate. It'll be clearly visible from North Beach Street and Dolphin Court. The deck should be reduced to about 8 feet and the pool placed in the yard at grade level. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right, board members.
Do we, Mr. Chairman, I'll reserve the right to respond to that because we can't put the pool at grade because
No,
of
I
where it
think
is.
Because of the floodplain.
Yep. And the 8-foot deck is only appropriate on the second floor to be pulled back, not on the
Hey,
first
Linda,
floor.
Linda, let's listen to the board members, okay?
Okay, I'd rather hear from the board.
So would I, actually. Okay, board members, let's go.
I'll go.
Thank you.
That's Steve.
Steven, yeah.
I'm so concerned about the first floor height. I'm sorry, I'm looking at, yeah. Can we scroll down a little bit to capture the, I'm sorry, no, just a hair to capture the existing? Is it possible to make to maximize something? There you go. You can take my word for it. The area above the doors on the first floor has actually increased. So what's happened is the eave has slid up in order to address what I'm not quite sure what the attempt was to address. My prior comments was that the first floor ceiling height as translates to the shingle on the exterior is too tall. And that in addition, that's on the main structure as viewed from this elevation, and that the gables on this elevation were also too tall, which is to say that top plates need to be lowered. As opposed to doing that, the eave on the first floor was raised to join the eave of the two gables forward. So for me, it doesn't accomplish the goal. In fact, it's contrary because it actually makes the amount of shingle wall taller on the primary mass. Is there any questions on that?
No,
TJ is going to have to answer that one.
Yeah, I just will respond. So the first floor ceiling is only 9 feet. So we could discuss obviously how appropriate or inappropriate that is, but just so you know, I mean, the floor to floor is tall, but we're also spanning structurally across the space. So with the structure and the ceiling, our finished ceiling height is only 9 feet. So not terribly inappropriate for a common space. The reason why the eave was raised is because we adjusted the pitch, which was much different on the first iteration, which got us down much lower. But in response to making that roof symmetrical, that actually raised the eave as requested.
I got to push back on that. The request was to lower the eave of both the primary dwelling or structure and the secondary gables. With respect to the structural aspects, I mean, yeah, I'm not here, and I don't think you're here to debate the appropriateness of the interior height.
Right.
However, it is relevant to our determination, which is solely our determination, as to the appropriateness of the exterior architectural elements. So to that extent, when we get motion for revisions, I'd like to request a cross section of the main structure. My comments otherwise stand. Please lower the top plates, the eaves of the gable forwards and the first floor structure. On the next elevation proposed, you could slide down to that one.
It's the rear.
Same, ultimately it's going to be the same, and the oddity of the salt box elements needs to be addressed. It's atypical and I don't think it's appropriate. If they were reversed, it might be more appropriate. That would serve, I think, Mickey Rowland's comments were to the effect that if maybe they weren't, but if these were reversed, the salt box would be lower on the right and leftmost facades, the eaves. Can we go to the next one, please?
Remember the lack of visibility on that backside, though.
Yeah, so, obviously take that into consideration. Here's a great example of why this is such a completely inappropriate facade with respect to the top plate height. I don't think I need to say anything more. I'm not being snippy. I think it speaks for itself. The next elevation, please. And I'll just repeat, and I'll use this, the elevation of the raised deck to comment on the pool. Is the pool, through Mr. Chair, is the pool part of the hardscape application or part of this application?
No, part of this application because it's within the
incorporated
structure.
into the deck.
Yeah.
All right, so I think I would suggest that in addition to cross section, we would want to keep in mind that our condition that a pool not be visible at the time of inspection or thereafter. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, you'll see the planting plan next. That'll help.
Okay, thanks. Stephen, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thank you, Val.
A lot of my concerns have been articulated already, especially about the doors in the doors facing the pool, which is what we'll see from the street. It's been
Which street,
reduced.
Val? Which street? Dolphin?
The street that you're going to see it from, the front of the building.
Dolphin.
It's only Dolphin that faces. I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
So they're very tall. I think that was mentioned already, but I'm more concerned about the side lights look like they open. So did we eliminate the nano door, or is this a different configuration of a door like that? Also, the way you have the barn doors like a foot up from, that just seems a little strange to me. It looked better when it was more congruent over the doors the first time around. And then I think I mentioned this the last time, and it's pertinent to the height of the building. It says the second floor is storage and that the front part of each of those wings is open to below. So it seems to me that they could be dropped significantly and you're not really losing anything. That's my comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Val. All right, Diane, Abby.
I go, just because
Thank you.
I agree with both Steve and Val. And I think having how tall is the whole building? I can't read it on my form.
I can't either. I should be following my iPad so I can zoom in, but I'm not. So how tall is it?
It is from grade. It is 27 feet, 10 inches.
Okay, thank you.
What's the volume of the building as opposed to the grade?
So that's another almost 3 feet less.
Okay, so it's about 24 feet tall because we have to come up out of the floodplain.
Well,
What?
it's,
Okay, continue, Diane. Yeah.
no, that's right. I believe I have the same concerns that they do. And the pool, I don't know. I don't know when you're down on North Beach Street and within walking distance of the beach, to put a pool in a built-in deck seems kind of strange. But anyway, I'd be interested to see it and see the cross section of how it goes and what we've got as height. Thank you.
Okay, Abby, it's to you.
Yeah, I think it's, it just looks like odd architecture to me with the facing gables and the, this dormer coming out of the main mass on either side without being dropped down from the ridge, I find odd. I think the earlier rendition was better, where it was off the top of the roof and the dormer was smaller. Or I don't know what the difference is, but
I'm sorry, if I could clarify, it's hard to read in this elevation or in this copy, but it is lower than the main roof peak.
because when you look at the side, from the side, it looks like they're coming right off. Could we look at this?
Well, let's not to put too fine a point on this, but in the earlier iteration, it was much more substantially lower than the ridge than it is now. There's no
Thank you.
question
Thank
about
you.
that.
You made us change the pitch so all the pitches match. That was one of the problems. The two pitches didn't match. The main
Well,
mass
that's
and the two elevations didn't.
Abby is just making an observation.
Okay, yeah, I like the diminutive. Anyway, and I agree with whoever said that the gable forward, the two gables, the two little ones on either side, I think it's very cute, but I think it'd be a lot quieter and make a lot more sense if those were eave forward, not gable forward. And I just think it's kind of, I don't know. I can't put my finger on it, but and the height is almost 28 feet. It's a pretty tall building. And I understand it's out of the floodplain, but still, that's, maybe you have to deal with that. You know, you have an extra 4 feet, and maybe you just don't make a 2-story building here. So maybe it's just a smaller building. Thank you.
Thanks, Abby. So I think the issue is the eave. Like, I don't think the 28 feet is sounding bad because that eave is so high and there's so much shingle space between the doors, the head of the doors and the windows on the first floor and the sills of the window on the second floor. It's like there's this mysterious like extra floor in there that doesn't have any windows in it. There's just a lot of space there. So I'd like to see the eave come down. I do like the idea of turning the gables on either side so it looks a little less like the French Baroque palace than, you know, a quieter building with all the eaves running in the same direction. And also the idea that the side wings are in the same plane as the front wing rather than being in plan subordinate to and rebated from the front piece. Those are my comments.
Ray, do you think everybody prefers the previous iteration? If we change like the doors and change the batten and all that stuff, do you think the previous iteration worked better?
Well,
It's up in the corner there.
you know, it's hard to tell, but Linda, let me just tell you this. Everything about the previous iteration is lower. Like if I look at the side wings, which, you know, in and of themselves, putting aside anything else, the fact that they're gable forward on either side gives this thing sort of a level of formality that I think everybody's having a reaction to. But then, you know, the eaves are lower all around, like they're lower in the middle and they're lower on the sides, and everything, like it's kind of gone in the wrong direction, honestly, if I was to scrutinize it.
Then the pitches aren't going to be the same because in order to get them the same, they had to do this, but I understand what you're saying.
Linda,
You can use a different roof pitch. Mr. Chair, I have another comment too.
Go ahead, Val.
This is a challenge because it really is just a giant box with two little 1-foot niblets out of the front to make it look like it's a separate section where those gable forwards are. So I think there needs to be maybe some work on traditional massing in order to make it more successful.
I think that, you know, Val, that's a nice way of paraphrasing what I think most of us have said in our comments. Yes.
And you know, it is a commercial building, so it's not going to look like a house, but you know.
Well, but we
We'll get
don't, I
there.
guess we don't want it to look like a little mini palace either, you know?
No, a French provincial. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so, can somebody move this for me?
Yeah, I'm gonna make a motion
Thank
to,
you, Stephen.
it's gonna be specific though, because
Yeah, I
just
know.
want to comment that we've spent about 30 minutes on each of the last 8 applications. I think people need to be aware that we can't have some things both ways. Either we put the time in, or, well, I'm not gonna go down that road. In any event, I would prefer to see this one more time. And to that extent, and to that end, my motion will be that the north elevation revert to the prior elevation with respect to heights. And from there, drop the front wall top plate of the primary structure.
Okay.
Esme, you're gonna have fun writing this one up. I wish we could do an exhibit, lower the door track, which has been raised to disguise the increase in the height. I don't know if you guys can see that.
You can.
Yeah, I got it.
Lower the side wings top plates. When I say lower, I'm saying in the neighborhood of between probably, I don't know, 16 and 20 inches for all of these. And also rebate these wings back from the front. And on the south elevation, to the extent it's visible, address the odd, or I should say atypical stall box, yeah, roof lines.
Yeah.
And there was a comment in addition about the doors. Esme, I can write this one up tomorrow after I'll watch the tape. But what was the comment about the doors?
The side light things, are they open or not? Yeah.
They
that was
do,
bad.
they're identified as being operable.
Okay.
Okay. So
Yeah,
we can,
I think that was a drafting error, but the intent is that they will not.
all right.
And then push the top of the
any
windows
other-
up into
and,
the eaves. The
And
top of the
any
windows.
other revisions. And to include any other revisions that had a consensus during this hearing and the prior. That's my very lengthy motion, which I will condense down tomorrow.
Okay. All right, so that was Stephen's motion. On that motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby. Do we lose Abby? May have. Val?
Aye.
All right, aye.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Stephen, on your motion?
Aye.
All right, in favor. All right.
You all wanted to take a break here or something?
Well, it's almost 8 o'clock. We don't have a hell of a lot of time.
It is? Oh, crap.
So what's happening with the hardscape and pool? Like we sort of de facto discussed. it.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you guys want to hold the hardscape to track, there's not a lot of bells and whistles there. There's a handicap access, things like that.
I would love that to happen.
So moved.
But I also want you to add that you guys take a trip down there and see what kind of visibility you have, because the poles are up there. I'll
Okay.
take some pictures of it, but if you guys want to take a track down to
Okay.
North Beach Street.
That sounds good, but what, I think Stephen has just moved for the hardscape and pool to track the main building.
Mr.
Okay.
Chair, may I? I
Yeah,
just wanted to interject. It wasn't clear, but I wanted to make this point that if there's anything proposed within the town right of way that they require town admin select board approval. I just wanted to make that clarification on the record.
Yeah, they're all over that. Bracken's all over that.
Awesome. Thank you.
okay,
Sorry, Mr.
thanks.
Chair.
So now we're on to Stephen's motion to have this track. On Stephen's motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
Okay, there we go. Val,
Aye.
Stephen on your motion.
I'm an aye.
And I'm an aye too.
And Mr. Chairman, I know we've had this discussion with you now that you've motioned about our time constraints and constructing because of the planning board restrictions. Is there any way to come back with this one next week also, or next Thursday, whichever is easier, probably Thursday, but you don't even know you're gonna get on Thursdays. Because we got really really tight time constriction, and we got to start digging the hole with the piers and everything else. That's gonna really
Well,
drive the neighbors crazy.
Let me, mainly for TJ's, benefit. Stephen crafted a very specific motion. And he prefaced his very specific motion by noting the fact of how much time we've been spending on these applications and how far off it is. So basically he was saying, get it right the next time, or you're going to be looking at a denial.
It's the three strikes
It
rule.
was a very, very polite way of saying.
That's not gonna hold up legally, but we'll deal with it.
Yeah, no. We've made a number of requests, both meetings, and we spent an awful lot of time on this. And we're spending, to Stephen's point, half an hour at least on each one of these last 5 applications. And it's like, we can't do this every week. Or, you know, we've only reviewed like 8
applications
tonight, the entire time, you know?
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, if you want to get this thing built fast, design it the right way. Design it the way we're telling you to do it. Okay? So,
Is TJ able to do it?
Yeah, I was like, we will certainly appreciate the written response and motion, because I think that we did try to respond to all of the comments from last time. Now, whether you agree with them, that's a different story, but I think that we tried to address everything that was brought up last time. We did not ignore anything that you had mentioned or anyone had mentioned.
Point of order.
Go ahead, Steve.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, TJ, but we specifically requested you lower the top plates, and instead you raised them. So please, look, the board voted a best practice. It's not a regulation. It's a standard. 3 hearings without material changes. It's 3 strikes. 3 strikes. It's a denial. And I'm not, trying to be a hard nose about this, but we can't spend this kind of time going back and forth and get applications with revisions that are contrary to what we asked for, to then go back to what was previously submitted under the idea that, oh, is that better? So this is going to have to move forward materially, or I will be making the motion for denial.
Right. So I just want to,
that's a little less subtle than the first time. It seems necessary.
You haven't been around, TJ. We understand to know the sort of nuances of the way the board talks. But so basically, I would be in favor of having this come back based on the very, very specific stipulation that when you come back, we get exactly what we want. And it's a short hearing, and we're all extremely happy with your revisions. That's what Stephen's point is. And so if you want to get this done and get it all prefabbed and get it all set up, listen to what we're saying. Now, so Stephen, would you be at all interested in modifying your motion to have this come back early, just for the sake of moving it along, or it's entirely?
No, I don't have a concern about that. Again, the idea here is that we're clearing these things up so that we're not revisiting in kind of a wasteful sense, being redundant, revisiting information.
Exactly. So
all right, if we can get it together, we'll come back next week then.
Okay,
we'll fix it.
It's going to be next Tuesday. And so Stephen, can that be appended to your motion?
It is.
Okay. So is everybody in favor of that amended motion? You can just all say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Thanks. And that's the story on that one. So we'll see you next week. All right. Thanks, Wall Street.
Just a question for you, Mr. Chairman. You're meeting Thursday, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, because you guys scheduled we've been waiting for weeks to get a Thursday, and we were bounced off the other one.
Because I'm going to be traveling.
I cannot meet Thursday, sorry.
What did you say?
Well, you bounced us off another one that we were supposed to be scheduled on. All right.
Well, I missed that conversation. I'm traveling Thursday.
Okay. I was going to say rather than try to get through the rest of these Mariners, I was thinking go to Thursday with the hardscape for the Richmond stuff out there, which is what they've been
Hang on.
scheduled on for a month.
Hey, Esme,
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
was
So
was there a Thursday meeting?
Thursday, there is a scheduled HDC meeting,
Okay. For
regular HDC,
regular.
Mostly
We
minor
vote on
hardscape.
HDC. Excuse
Let's
me?
not everybody all talk at once. Esme, it's regular meeting just to trying to get behind the back.
Correct. The last Thursday meetings have been a combination of HDC / OFC. But yes, it's on the schedule that you guys voted on, that we
Yeah,
do have a
okay,
meeting
all
on
right, all right,
Thursday.
all right. Well, listen, I'm gonna be in my Boston office, so it's gonna have to be, if it's at 1 o'clock, it would have to be via Zoom, at least for me. But was I hearing some stuff from other people on this Thursday?
I can be there.
You can be.
Abby, I'm
All
Abby.
right, okay.
I can be there, but it has to be via Zoom.
Well, you and me both, dear.
What about Val?
I cannot.
Val can't.
Boy.
Now what were you?
Jesse? Maybe? I'm trying to look at who's on this. I was gonna say, rather than try to get through, we've done everything on Mariner, but it's still 8 o'clock. I can hold 51 Walsh if you want to go right to Mariner.
We're not
There's
going
a
to
lot
get
of
to
material.
Mariner. Can we go to 51? At least get that.
Yeah, let's stick with this and then we'll figure out what's happening on Thursday or not happening. Okay, 51 Walsh, let's go.
Okay. We redid everything. We took all the shingle pattern off to make it easier to read, which was a nightmare for Rob. You might as well go down to the drawing. That was the big issue. There we go. There are pictures in here as well. We're just running it straight up, right off the edge of the deck, natural to weather, right underneath the skirt.
Okay.
Keep going down.
Hmm.
I put pictures, I've got pictures of the winter and the summer. It goes right up the roof. It goes up the ladder, right up the roof, natural to weather,
We see
minimal
that.
visibility
Let's
from
see some
everywhere.
pictures.
Most of the time, it's minimal visibility. If you go down further, there's some pictures.
Love to see.
There's no other way to do it inside, guys, because you'd be in midair over 30 feet inside the house.
Mhm.
The front is just normal. There it is. We put a ladder up there so you can see how much you can see from this side. The issue is here is that most of it's going to be under the skirt. So you're going to see maybe 5 feet from this side. Go around to the other side from James or whatever it was, or Henry on that side. Go up a little bit more.
Mm.
There you go. You can barely see it. It's going to weather in, but that top whole section above the, maybe the bottom 5 feet is going to be under that skirt. So you're not going to see that coming off the deck. Go down one more. I've taken pictures from the other street. There's the side street. You're going to see virtually nothing from here except maybe something that looks like natural to weather, steps. And you can't see it from Wall Street at all because obviously the house blocks it.
Okay.
So it's a pretty minimal thing, and usually 9 months of the year, because of all the foliage on the Hulbert Avenue side and the foliage on this side, can't see it at all because of all the foliage around it.
All right.
So it's pretty innocuous, and there's, as you know, Mr. Chairman, because I've done roof walk sketch for you, there's the craziest roof walks, which is all in the packet here.
Yeah. No,
There's the craziest roof walks in Grant Point.
We're familiar with this sort of arrangement in Grant Point.
Yeah, it's crazy. Nutso.
Okay. Holly, do you have anything on this?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Hmm.
So for the record, this is a circa 1930 sandpiper. The new roof walk and exterior stairs. The proposed roof walk, which is an 8x12, since the dwelling is 2 full stories. However, the access typically are shown from the interior, understanding that these exterior accesses are kind of here and there, and appreciate the photos in the packet. However, this one is going to be highly visible from Hulbert. I understand it's going to be natural to weather, but natural to weather on top of a look like asphalt roof, I think it will be visible. So I have concerns on that. Those are my comments, Mr.
He
Chair.
said he would paint it. By the way, he said if you have a concern about that, he'd paint it. He didn't care. He can paint it black.
That would actually, I think, work against you, painting it black, honestly. All right, Mickey, do you have anything on this?
Yeah, we do. Thanks, Ray.
I object again on the record. It's not
Got it,
anywhere near
got
the
it.
old historic district.
So exterior roof walk stairs are never permitted when visible, and Linda's already proven that this is very visible, as Holly said, from Hulbert Avenue. It would be a really, really bad precedent. If they can't do it on the interior, they shouldn't get a roof walk, but maybe they can try harder for the interior.
Okay,
Maybe you should take a look at the pictures of the other ones that have been approved that are much more visible.
thank you, Mickey. Okay, now we're going to turn it over to the board. Oh, and I did not identify the board, but I got a feeling it's the same.
I think it's the same board, isn't it?
It is the same. Yep.
Same board, yeah.
I go.
Thank you, Diane.
First of all, just to answer to Linda, is that something that's been approved somewhere else with a different board does not make it right. This is the board that it is coming to, and this is how the board feels, no matter what was done 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago. So I'd like to keep that in mind, please. I think that it's inappropriate. I'm sorry. I think it can be seen. I think it is not something that we do allow. It has always been contrary to what a roof walk has. So I don't see any reason for it. Either that they follow the rules or they shouldn't have it. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Who's next?
Also,
Who was that?
Val,
Val,
Okay,
go ahead.
got it.
I agree. It is highly visible here, and I think maybe somebody needs to think outside of the box if they really want this. And what I mean by that is you could perhaps come up with some sort of arrangement with the secondary roof there to mitigate it somehow. I just thinking out loud, but yeah, it definitely right there is not going to work.
Okay. All right, Val, thank you. Who's next?
I have nothing to add.
Okay, so you're not too keen on it.
I think it's gonna, yeah, I think it's just gonna look very, very odd.
Got it. Okay, Stephen?
I'm not sure I'm on this one, Mr. Chair. I think it's Carrie.
No?
No, you're on it.
Yeah, you're on it.
Oh, I am. Oh, sorry about
Yep.
that.
You are.
Yeah, there are, there's actually in 61046, somewhere in there, the Brant Road, there's something very similar to this.
Recent too.
Yeah, the visibility is, I think, what puts the screws in this one, Linda. So I think along the lines of what Val was saying is some type of a creative solution to hide that access is going to be required. I mean, you've got the sense of the commission already. So
I'll make a motion to hold for revisions.
Can I hear from the chairman first, please? All
Yeah,
board
sure.
members.
No, I don't mind expressing my view at all. There is precedent for this sort of thing down there. And certainly I like to use Smith's Point as an example of a place where, you can get away with a lot of different things that, seem atypical, but they kind of hold together. But however, in this case, I'm going to defer to my board members because, this is clearly not Smith's Point, and I think there's a lot of there's more structure and less funkiness to this area. So I'd like to Val's suggestion about thinking outside the box and trying to come up with something that would be more palatable and somewhat less visible. So those
All
are
right, you want to hold for revisions then? I'll see what I can figure it
well,
out.
I believe that's the motion that was made by somebody.
Okay.
Who made that motion, by the way?
I made that motion.
That was Diane. So Diane made the motion to hold for revisions on that motion. Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Stephen,
Watashi, that's Japanese for I.
Watashi wa.
I don't think we can assimilate that tonight at this hour.
And Diane on your motion,
Aye.
you say, hi.
All right,
And
now on Mariner, I don't want you to slog through this. We've done everything you wanted, but I don't want you to slog through it at this time.
Do you want us to slog through a few of them?
No,
No.
that's not going to really help us. I'd rather you just look at them in a group because the hardscape and everything else is sort of a.
All right, so let's
group
put
thing.
those, we'll agree to put those off to Thursday then. Are you cool with that?
Well, who's here? Who's not here? Though Val's not here Thursday.
Okay, I'm gonna be here. Let's circle the board members that you would have. So I'm gonna be here. I heard Diane was gonna be here. I heard that Abby was gonna be here. You also have alternates on those applications in Jesse and Connie.
Good.
And
Is
we-
Jesse going to be able to be here?
Well,
I hate to do that because we've been holding for the regular board.
is Jesse even with us? I don't know. I mean, if I were Jesse, I probably would have checked out a while ago, knowing that I'm not on anything.
I mean, I'd be willing to hold him to next Tuesday because I think the consistent board after all this time is really kind of
Okay,
critical.
all right. So
Is everybody here next Tuesday? Val?
Yes.
Okay, Steve, and nobody's going on vacation again?
well, I'm heading to Vermont, but again, I'll try and Zoom.
Because we're not going without you, so there you go.
I'd like to say I won't be here, but
You already went
Would
away.
you like to say that?
yeah.
You already went away. I'm sitting in front of my window in the sun and turning up the heat and thinking I'm in Florida. Hyannis looks good to me right now.
Hey, you want to know something? Linda, I think that you got to be somewhat flexible on this one. If you want to have a certain kind of board, you're gonna have to see like who's on Thursday and who's on Tuesday, et cetera, like that.
Yeah, and if I could just
Well, we can
suggest
go
to,
Thursday, if Thursday works for you guys, but
Well, you're gonna get me, you're gonna get Diane, you're gonna get Abby for sure, and then beyond that, I can't tell you. I can tell you that you're not gonna have Val.
right. We
So-
can go ahead and do it. If it looks like it's going weird, Val can read back in.
Well, that's also true. That is
Okay.
also.
Then go ahead and put the Mariner over to Thursday
Okay,
along with
Mariner,
my,
Got that?
and you got all my
Everybody's gonna-
land, you got all my hardscape on Thursday for those Richmond, but you've already seen two of them. There's not a whole lot to write home
Right.
about there either.
So,
yeah, can we group your hardscapes, Linda, your Mariners? Let's go through the structures. Do the hardscapes at the tail end.
You only have hardscape left for Richmond.
No, you've got 2, 4,
You
6.
got a lot of hardscape on Mariner.
Oh, yeah, I mean, they're all pretty much the same, and how you did it the last time, a couple of years ago, when you already approved all these houses and all the hardscape, is that you had the hardscape on one plan, you just approved it. So it wasn't
Yeah,
individually taken up.
Yeah, that's what I'm suggesting is can we just
Yeah,
group
that's
these?
fine.
It's kind of your choice as an applicant to some extent. So I'm asking you.
Yeah, you can group all the hardscape together because it's all on one plan.
Or at least we're reviewing them successively. It'll be a little better continuity and we can keep moving.
Yeah. Just do the structures and then do the hardscape.
Okay.
Hardscape
What
to
do we
lease
got
the
now?
issues.
On East Hollowell?
Yeah, the East Hollowell, that's pretty simple. We can't move it. And it's got to go because it's on top of the septic.
Okay. This is simple, but not simple. Because there was some vintage to this garage, as I recall.
There was, but not vintage enough,
Here,
and it
but,
can't
okay,
move.
Hey, Linda,
Oh, put the plan up.
are we opening East Hollowell now?
Yeah, I guess we're without
Or we're
Jesse.
actually, I think we're without Jesse and Carrie too.
Uh,
Here,
Oh, Carrie, you are here. Okay. So then, oh, and you also, here you go. You have alternates in Patton and Welch. And Oliver.
You think we should get going? Cause, it's
Yeah,
like,
seriously, I want to get going.
so where are we now? I got Ray. I got
Me,
Diane,
Abby, Carrie, and then,
oh, yeah.
I don't, who else sat on it? Well, Jesse did, but he's not there.
He's not here. Steve. Oh, Val. Where happened to Val?
But we haven't heard, is Connie even here
I don't
anymore?
think Val is eligible unless she read it back in. I don't think Val should be on there
All right.
because
So
Val would have sat normally.
is Connie here?
think Val stepped off.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so, and it doesn't sound like Connie's here, so Stephen, are you willing to step in?
Okay.
Sure.
All
Here
right,
we go. Go down to the plan. Jeff Blackwell did the plan. We
Actually,
can't change.
wait,
I-
what?
Yeah, I would have sat on this if I was here. I didn't mull him back in.
Well, I think that
Yeah,
you
you
were
would have sat
present
on it.
in the room, which made you an alternate.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I think that's what happened.
Okay, sorry for the
Has to,
interruption.
all right, has to go, cannot go into the setbacks, can't change the frontage. That's where it's gonna go. It's gotta go, because it can't go where he's got it right there, because that's not gonna work there, that close to the building. It looks awful, and it's gotta go. Nobody else can take it, and it can't go down the road. But they have to put the new system in. And
Hey,
there has to be a certain
Stephen?
amount of space.
Hey, Stephen,
Yeah,
put on your building inspector hat for a moment.
Yep.
My understanding is that you need to have a 20-foot setback from the septic system if it's a crawl space or a full foundation, but if it's a slab on grade, you don't have to. Am I correct, or is that wrong?
I believe that that's correct, but that's a health inspector.
Yeah,
Right.
and we're dealing with that on another structure and it's not working.
You mean doing a slab and they're not allowing it to go
It's
closer?
becoming problematic on another structure. Elsewhere. But it's gonna look like crap. This is a cute little bungalow.
Yeah,
You're
I
gonna
know.
shield the whole thing.
That's
I mean,
working against you.
yeah, it's working against me and it's gonna be right at the setback. And we're not exactly sure it's gonna fit in the setback because of the type of construction. So we're trying to get it out of there. It's a nice building, but it has nothing else going for it.
Does this green thing imply that you're considering moving it to that location?
That was you asked me to find another location and that's the only location it can go.
All
And
right.
that's just not gonna look good. And it's just gonna be, you're not gonna be able to service either one of those structures.
All
If
right.
you turn it 90 degrees.
Okay, so,
And then what? The garage door faces the
hey,
house?
Hey, let's cut the back and forth. Sorry,
Yeah,
Mr.
yeah. If it were a back and forth, it would be that one thing, Stephen. It's more like a monologue. So Holly, do you have anything to say?
Yes, sir, I do. So for the record, this garage has an HTC survey on file. It's called Sachem's Corner. Yeah, I guess it's a garage / guest house and indicated on the old 89 survey. It was circa 1925, so it is contributing towards the local and national district. It should not be demoed. I understand the issue that's going on here. It should be moved. Understand it, this is the only location that's being shown on here. Too bad this couldn't be utilized as a garage within the front setback off of Sachem's Road with a variance, but I know those are difficult. But this would be a prominent one that I think would be good to. I didn't see any photos in the application. I know Linda is really good about doing that.
There's
I
a
just
ton of
also-
photos in there.
Okay, I didn't see, photos of the interior. I didn't see.
No, it's nobody's, I'm not doing interiors. for the HCC. However, there is no kitchen in it. There's like a tiny little, like a bunk bed thing. Most of it's storage on that other half.
And I kind of want to mention, Mr. Chair, about this concept of, because it sounds like it's, you know, it's not I guess it's not a dwelling. So then therefore it's not going to be advertised. But it is a contributing resource within the district. And, you know, I understand it doesn't have some substantial, you know, whatever, it's just old. But however, the criteria for and standards for evaluating the significance of resources as established by the National Park Service, they're designated to guide the evaluation of them, and that all properties in the Nantucket National Register is contributing or not contributing, and the all basically as such, all buildings and properties are significant at least at the local level under the criteria A, C, and D. And specifically A is the association with its contributions to the overall broad patterns of history. So this whole conception, you know, understanding of structures, oh well, it's old, that's it, has no bearing. The fact that this was built at the same time or very similar same time as the contributing bungalow on the lot, it does have an association with the overall district. So I wanted to put that on the record. I'd hate to see it demolished. I hope it gets moved. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hey, and Holly, thank you for that. And I did want to clarify one thing. You're correct that it does not need to be advertised for the building department purposes because it is not a dwelling. That's a mandate from the building department. So often we don't even have to go there because the building department covers it for us.
Right.
However, as a board, we are actually allowed to suggest that it's advertised, you know. That
We don't have a problem advertising it, by the way. It's just that it can't stay there.
Right. It can't stay where it is next to the septic system. But then there is this green thing, and somebody mentioned about rotating it, blah, blah, blah. So let's.
Ray?
Mickey?
Yes.
I object to him
Go ahead.
commenting again.
Yeah.
It's not in the old historic district.
It's
This
historic.
will all be decided tomorrow.
Holly's perfectly capable of dealing with these historic structures on her own.
Mickey, go ahead.
So, you know, we agree with what Holly is saying. Essentially, this not enough has been done to show that this can't stay on the lot. It could be rotated. The little warts, since we don't have elevations or even photographs, it's hard to tell what
Yes,
those
you
warts
do.
are, but they could probably be removed and the building could be slid back toward the setback for the septic system. And as Ray suggested, that maybe even they could be put on the slab within that 20-foot setback. So I don't think enough has been shown to substantiate the fact that they can't remain on the lot. Thanks.
There are a lot of pictures in this file. I don't know why they're not there, why I haven't seen them, but they were scanned in with the rest of it.
Well,
You know, I put pictures in there, I put too
actually
many.
see them. We saw them the first time that you're up for.
Yeah. So
Right.
don't tell me there's no pictures in the file.
Okay, well, there were pictures originally, but generally we have to resubmit that stuff when you're in for revision so that we don't have to.
Not really. We don't ever do
Linda,
that. They just
stop.
normally pop
Our
up.
time is waning and I
Yeah,
want.
but I'm just not happy with that comment. But that's
Okay.
not true.
Okay, so let's see. Once again, I'm going to identify the board. Myself, Diane, Abby, Carrie, and Stephen. One of you go first.
I'm gonna go because I have to go. I mean, I have to actually
There you
leave.
go.
Actually go.
Don't leave before the vote.
Yeah, right. So as I remember, this is really a sort of a little historic cottage you might see sort of on a larger estate. I don't know if it's just standing by itself, but I remember its architecture being really specifically just old school. And I remember thinking that I would never accept a demo I don't really want to move off because it's on the site where it was built, and removing it from the site, it's not going to, if you move it off to Nantucket, it's not going to have the same, you know, life that it has here where it was meant to be. So I would like to have it dealt with on this site. So, thank you.
Abby,
I'll go.
okay, Diane, hit it.
I think that's, it can be turned. And so it's going the same way that the older building is. There's a lot of room to get to it, and it may not be able to stay up in the sewer place, but it can be down further towards Hallowell Lane. So I would certainly go for saving it as a historic counting building.
Okay. Diane, thank you. Who's next?
I agree with the others. I think this one should be saved. I think they haven't looked hard enough to see how it can work on the site.
I've done everything we can, guys. I can't change the
Hey,
setbacks.
that's
I
not-
can't change the
Hey,
septic.
Stop.
So what else am I supposed to do with it?
I'm going to tell you what you're going to do with it.
Yeah,
Steve,
so do
go.
I.
Yeah, so I think it's reasonable to want to get some additional clarifications. Primarily with respect to the setback from the septic, and then additionally with respect to some plane geometry, rotating the structure, and I'm not terribly familiar with these things, but I seem to recall you can get a special permit for
No, it's a
separation.
variance. It's a variance.
Variance, whichever it is, from the distance between the two structures. So I just would like to get some additional information on it. I'd also like to get some, Linda, you've mentioned pictures, but I want to make sure that we get pictures of the elevations of the structure. I want to see what the heck it looks like.
They're all
Yes.
there. We'll put them in again, but there's 500 pictures as I normally do, as you know.
I'd settle for four simple drawings, elevations, our food stuff. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you,
One
Steve.
comment about rotating the building for you guys. If you rotate the building, your garage door is going to be facing the side of the house. How's that supposed to work?
You move it.
You
Move
it.
Shake it. You move it over there.
So
Over where?
what,
Shift it towards the septic and attach it to the building with one of those little wings.
yeah, I was
You can't do that. They don't have the ground cover. So there you go.
Oh,
All right.
This is really a crazy site.
Why can't it be moved back right to the setback? And
Move
I was
back
going
right
to
to the
rotate it
red
90
line?
degrees.
let's
The
do
red
it.
line.
Let's,
Okay, so it sounds like more due diligence is required in this case. Can I have a motion to hold this for?
I'll make a motion to hold for revision
Okay, thanks.
And additional information.
and
Yeah, in the form of
additional-
photos, that would be
Yes.
most helpful.
Septic.
Okay, so that was Diane's motion. On Diane's motion, Abby,
Aye.
Carrie,
I
Stephen.
Aye.
Yes, Diane on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, that concludes tonight's festivities. It's 8:29. So do we need some minutes, 14th and the 21st of February?
Move to approve.
Thanks. So let's see, on that motion, Val,
Aye.
thank you, Abby,
Aye.
Stephen.
Abstain.
Okay, Diane on your motion,
Aye.
in favor, so that carries. How about a motion to, what's
So
that?
moved. Motion to adjourn.
Yes, a motion to adjourn. Thank you, John. On John's motion, Abby.
Aye.
Very good. Val. Val's gone already. How
No,
about that?
aye.
Okay, all right, fine. Diane?
Aye. Aye.
Okay, I heard you. And Stephen on your motion.
Aye.
I'm in favor. Thanks, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Bye, everybody.
And we'll talk about Thursday, what's going on then, see what we can get together. Okay, have a nice night, everyone. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Night.
Night.
Good night. Thank you for your work.
Good night.
Likewise.
Good night. Good night.
Hmm.
There. I'll turn this off.